Come on, come in. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. We're reading The Siege of Gondor. Hold on. Oh, I forgot I was going to do this. Hold on, everyone. I should have unfurled this earlier. I don't know if these paintings are going to fall down. I need to put this up on something. Hold on, hold on. Ugh. Come on. We're getting this up, guys. Oh, that looks terrible. I don't know where I'm going to put this, but it's up. It's somewhere. That doesn't really work that well, but we got a Gondorian flag. That's a little better. What's up, everyone? I know, I should have done that earlier. I should have done that before the stream. Sorry, everyone. I'm not a professional streamer over here. We're just flying by the seam of our pants here. Actually, is it flying by the seam of your pants or the seat of your pants? That's the question for this morning. Also, I have lots of questions for this morning. Hello, Wes. Are you making a guest appearance? No? You're leaving? All right. Flying by the seat of your pants? What is the seat of your pants, though? That's the question for the morning. Hold on. I gotta lower this camera. I'm lowering it with my foot right now. Let's see if I have precision control. Nope, don't have precision control. There you go. Beautiful. Your butt? Okay, that makes sense. Okay, everyone. Here's a question for the morning. I was just talking to someone about this. What's the best flavor of jam or jelly? And as always, we're going to start the live read in probably like 20 minutes. Probably like at 45. So, and I might have to take the sweatshirt off because it's actually a little toasty in here. Maybe I'll turn my fan on. Nah. Homemade raspberry. Wow, raspberry, no contest. Strawberry. Wow, raspberry is getting some good ones. Blackberry's good. Raspberry's good. Vanilla. Honestly, I think grape jelly is the most overrated. Grape jelly is probably my least favorite. I like grape jam, not grape jelly though. Mango. I don't know if I've ever tried mango. Strawberry is a classic. I'd probably put strawberry up at the top for me. I'd probably put blueberry. Orange marmalade orange marmalade is like very niche to me. Like every once in a while I'll like an orange. Like I live in New Jersey, which is the diner capital of the world. And they all have orange marmalade in these little things. And so whenever I go to a diner, I don't mind. Honestly, apricot kind of hits. Apricot is great. I'm much more of a jam fan than a jelly fan. Grape jelly tastes like cough syrup. Honestly, some medicine kind of hits. Anybody ever have a Dimetap? Dimetap is kind of a delicious medicine. I used to love that as a kid. Except Robitussin was the worst medicine. Remember anybody have Robitussin when they were a kid? It was cough medicine, I think. And then I realized that I took Robitussin wrong every single time that I drank it because I would drink it and then I would drink water immediately after. And then when I was like 21 years old, I learned that you cannot drink water after that. You just have to let it coat your throat. Ugh, this stuff is so gross. Yeah, it tastes so bad. I've actually never tried huckleberry jam. I would love to try that. Yeah, sorry, my dog's water bowl is right there. And his little food bowl is right there. Every once in a while in the video, I've stopped doing this, but early on when I was doing the videos, I would record them. And because I was like kind of newish to recording in this little area, sometimes I would just let him eat, and so you can kind of hear my dog chomping in some of the videos in the background. Well, I have a little tea. Anybody here? All right, coffee or tea? Everyone, okay. A lot of food questions this morning. What's everyone's breakfast of choice? Any no breakfast people here? Anybody not enjoy a breakfast? Because I'm not a big breakfast eater, to be honest. Okay, tea, but what kind of tea? Coffee. I think coffee people are boring. I'm just kidding. I am not a big coffee fan, which is weird. I've never drank coffee in my life. Plain oats and milk is honestly delicious. Bacon, fried egg, and toasted croissant. You sound like a hobbit. Tomatoes and sausages and nice crispy bacon. Revenant, thanks for the gifted membership, and congrats MJ for getting the gifted membership. French toast is an elite breakfast. Sushi for breakfast. I kind of love that. I like a little savory breakfast like that. In America, we pretty much eat dessert for breakfast, which probably is terrible. And it's probably why there's a lot of obese people in the country. Because we literally have just like the most decadent pastries, and our pancakes aren't just pancakes. We just douse them in butter and all sorts of sweet, delicious stuff. It's the best, to be honest, but excuse me, got a little tickle in my throat. I need to drink my tea. Also, I cannot drink tea when it's piping hot. Like, this is steaming right now, and I can't drink that. I need to wait like 10 minutes for it to cool, because my little tongue, I burn my tongue so easily. Ooh, Earl Grey in the afternoon. All right, someone in our Discord, gosh, my throat. You ever just have like, I mean, everyone has it, like a little tickle, but it's like just sitting there. That's what I have. I keep coughing on stream, which is awful. Sorry. It's making me cry. All right, someone sent this in our Discord, and I want your guys' opinions on it. Because I actually think this is an easy answer. Becky sent this, and Becky is one of our like OG people on Discord. She was here during the Harry Potter era. Here. You can only pick one area to eat from forever. Where are you eating from? Let's knock out two right off the bat. Nigerian food is good. I don't want to eat Nigerian food every single day for the rest of my life. What kind of... I don't... Guys, B is definitely not the answer. There's no chance that B is the answer. Hold on, I really need to drink some tea because my throat is going crazy. Guys, I went to London last year, and it was such a cool city. I've been there once before on a layover for a day, but it was the worst food that I've ever had. There's no good food in London, or pretty much in all of England. It was awful. I think there's a clear answer. G is not it. H would be kind of good, to be honest. I wouldn't mind H. A, I mean, I'm American. I'm partial to A. I think D is the easy answer, to be honest. D has so much good food. Like, we're talking like North Africa. We're talking a little bit Mediterranean too. You can get a little bit Mediterranean. And then we're talking India, China. Oh my gosh, this is the best region of food. E is not bad either. You have all these little Indonesia, Thailand. Thailand's around here, right? Nemo's probably ripping his hair out because my geography is terrible. A isn't bad. F and G. F is actually not terrible. E is actually not terrible too, because you have like East African food, which is delicious. A does have, ooh, yeah, you have the Caribbean. That's true. And Mexican, dang. Ooh. A is probably second to me. I would go D, then A, then maybe E, then maybe B. Only because Paris is there. Majority of Thailand is in D. Interesting. So that even bumps D up even more. Interesting. That was the question for the day, guys. Hold on, let me exit out of this. If you want to join our Discord, people throw random things in like that in all the time. I'm gonna share it. Oh, I can't share it. Every time I am streaming, why can't I ever share the Discord? Nemo, I always ask you this. Can you just share the Discord link? And also, Nemo, share your your YouTube channel too, because I think that's great and it's really fun. If anybody likes Brandon Sanderson, it's a great podcast. But I can't share the Discord link whenever we're streaming because this Discord just doesn't let me, which is dumb. But I think D was the easy answer there. No, not the easy answer, the obvious answer. But yeah, how's everyone's day going? How's everyone doing? I need to drink another little thing of tea. We're going to start the live read in about 10 minutes. D, C, and A. I feel like actually that was exactly what I would do. What C was South American? Maybe. You guys just woke up. It is a great mug. It's a huge mug too. I have huge hands, and this is, I mean, not quite the size of my hands, but it's huge. Also, here's another question. If you're having a bagel, what are you putting on the bagel? Butter, cream cheese, what kind of cream cheese? Jam, jelly, peanut butter, salmon and cream cheese? I'm not a cream cheese guy. Never really was a cream cheese guy. Peanut butter is elite. Peanut butter is like under the radar too. Bagels are not bad. I guess if you have a gluten intolerance maybe, but everyone needs to come to, although I never finished my sentences. Everyone needs to come to New Jersey because we have the best bagels. Or New York City, you know. New Jersey bagels are better than New York City bagels. But this is a battle that we have back and forth with each other. Everyone, do you guys know that the Statue of Liberty is actually in New Jersey? It's not in New York. There's your fun fact for the day. Also, my Canadians here. Where's Lana at? Apparently Montreal bagels are the best bagels in the world. I've never had a Montreal bagel before. Ooh, jam on an onion bagel? You probably could, but I don't know if it'd be that delicious. Hey, Revenant, 2 months. Welcome for 2 months. Thank you. I have an echo. Really? Is everyone hear an echo? Why would there be an echo? That's weird. Hold on. Let's try to diagnose this problem. As soon as I diagnose this problem and figure it out, then we'll start the live read. Everyone, I had one when I spoke loudly, a really slight one. Okay, let's figure this out. Everyone, I'm going to mute you guys real quick for a second just so I can figure this out. Just a delay from the speakers. I don't have any other mic going. Oh, that's why. Wait, why is there a sound? Oh, my camera mic is on. That should fix it. Why was my camera mic on? That was a quick diagnosis and fix. I don't even have to mute you guys. OBS all of a sudden just changes my settings all the time. That's really annoying. I think we're good. If I talk really loud, can you guys hear an echo? Sorry, that was annoying. Sorry. That was probably really annoying. Sorry, guys. Also, everyone like the stream too. Some more people can get on this. Okay, clean sound. Love that. Sound fixed. We're good. Greetings from Luxembourg. Ellen Sila Lumen Omen Tielvo. Americans can't pronounce things. Or I take that back. This American can't pronounce things. As you guys all know with my reading. Portia, thank you for the $5. We will eventually do a trivia session. And I definitely think, so we'll do one. It'd be cool if we got one just on donations, but we'll definitely do one after I finish reading The Lord of the Rings. We'll have like a full Lord of the Rings trivia night. I was saying this a while ago, but Lizzie, who's on the podcast, and we're recording an episode tonight if anybody wants to watch too. We'll live stream that. Lizzie was over a few weeks ago, and she just had a list of really good quotes that she kept track of, and she was quizzing me on all the lines, and it was so much more difficult than I thought it was going to be. I couldn't figure out who said what. But you get like one thing that's good with Tolkien is you get like a good gauge. You can probably narrow it down to like 3 or 4 characters who would have said that line, because they all have a distinct way of speaking. But it was actually it was kind of challenging. A star shines in the hour of our meeting. I love that. I love that you just knew that, Adrian. That's so incredible. Juiced. That Juiced is a very Dutch name. I love it. I have Dutch heritage. I think I've told you that before. All over the place. Tielmo or Tielvo? There will be no echo for men. Joost. It's a cool name. What's everyone's favorite? You can't just say your own name. Maybe this is a really weird question. What's everyone's favorite name? And actually, maybe a more interesting question. I'm sure we're gonna get there's gonna be a lot of Lord of the Rings answers for this one. But what is a character that you read in literature, or like you came across like a movie or something like that, and you came across this character and you're like, I would name my child after this character? Or if you've actually named your child after a character, what character? Nemo. Nemo with the name Nemo. Imagine. Hey, this is baby Sauron. This is my little baby Sauron. Amelie. Oh, that's a good name. Grand, Katniss Everdeen, or Paul Atreides. Arwen Celeste? What's that from? I don't know what that's from. Is Arwen... Oh, that's literally Lord of the Rings, right? Is that like her full name? Or did she just break it up into 2 different things? Captain Kirk, I love that. That is actually great. Lana, I actually have a question for you too. I don't know if you've been to New York City, but would you prefer a Montreal bagel to a New York City bagel? I feel like the answer is going to be obvious, yes. Khaleesi would be kind of cool. One of my favorite authors, as some of you might know, this would be niche if you know that, Liam in honor of Qui-Gon Jinn. I actually love that so much. Qui-Gon Jinn's my favorite Jedi. Oh, I'm so happy you did that. One of my favorite writers is Marilyn Robinson, and she wrote a book, and one of my favorite characters in her book is Lila. Lila. And I love that name. So I'll probably do that. Rose, that's a good one. Glarung. Ooh, okay. I'm glad you said New York is great too. That makes me happy. Liam is the voice of Aslan, right? I'm actually pretty pumped for the Greta Gerwig. When is that coming out? The Greta Gerwig Chronicles of Narnia. Qui-Gon is definitely the best Jedi, and I don't even think there's a question behind it. That is actually... Qui-Gon is easily my favorite. One of my least favorite things about the Kenobi series is that they said they were going to do... there's a lot of least favorite things that I had about that, but they said they were going to put Qui-Gon in a bit more, and he was only in like a voice like 3 times in that. Ugh, I was so bummed. Yeah, I was so bummed when he died. I think I shed a tear the first time I saw it in the theater. I think I was like in middle school. Probably early 2027. So in like a year, I'll start the Chronicles of Narnia, and we'll slowly go through that. Are they doing chronological order, or aren't they starting with the Voyage of the Dawn Treader? Oh, she's doing chronological order. I am so pumped that she is the director of this because she is so good. I think she's gonna really capture like the magic of I guess that world. I'm pretty pumped. And it's crazy too because I really don't remember that much of the world. I remember the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe pretty well because I think I read that twice, and I read all the other ones just once. But the movies were okay. The first movie was good, then it just went downhill from there. Starting with The Magician's Nephew. I don't even remember what The Magician's Nephew is about. Is that the creation account of the world? Christmas 2026. I love that. Ooh, that'd be kind of fun to see the creation of the world. You know, it's interesting. One of the essays that I wrote a long time ago, this was like 4 or 5 months ago, and we're going to start the live read in 5 minutes. One of the essays that I wrote a long time ago just got like a lot of views this past week. It was the Voice of Sauron one where I talked about gaslighting, and someone said that someone does something very similar in, I think it was the Silver Chair. There were a few comments that said there was someone in Narnia who does almost the same thing as Saruman does, but I forgot what the name was. It was a weird name. Anybody know? Also, my lighting is going crazy right now. I think it was the Silver Chair. Cecilia, what's up? Thank you for announcing your arrival. You guys are wild. The Lady of the Green Kirtle? Interesting. See, this is going to be fun. So if you've never read past The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, then when I'm reading it, then you can just read with me and we can kind of like, it'd be like a book club. I'm pumped for that. It's going to be so fun. But I'm definitely going to start Game of Thrones after I do the Lord of the Rings. And I'll probably do the Game of Thrones first, the first book about A Song of Ice and Fire in conjunction with The Hobbit. So I'll probably go back and forth between those. And I'll try to mesh the essays in every single week, so it's not like just like a week of Game of Thrones, then a week of Lord of the Rings. But we'll see. And I'll try to do live reads of the Game of Thrones. I don't know the copyright issues I'll have with that. The Horse and His Boy is the best Narnia book. I remember one scene from The Horse and His Boy. I think I talked about it before. Yeah, what's the best Narnia book? Lizzie was also asking me this question. What is your guys' favorite book out of the six of Lord of the Rings? Out of the 6 of Lord of the Rings, what is your favorite book? What is your favorite of the 6? Honestly, book 5, book 4. Wow, book 5. Am I crazy for saying book 1 might be my favorite? There's just something about being close to the Shire, even though they're kind of in danger from the ring wraiths. There's so many good chapters in book 1. Yeah, it's just so cozy. Honestly, I told her, she texted me that yesterday because Lizzie is sick and she was asking me she was telling me she was watching the animated version with her brother while she was sick. And she was like, by the way, what's your favorite of the books? And I said, I can't pick one right now because that's like picking my favorite child. And she goes, I believe in picking your favorite child. She's like, tell me, what's your favorite book so far? And I said, I think 1 probably is. I don't know. 1 is just so cozy and so nice and just like, I love the Shire so much. You love book 6 because, I love that. Okay, goes back to book 6. 6-1. I love it. You do like to re-listen to the yeah. I can't wait to reread this. I'm not even done with my first read, and I am so excited to reread this. That's kind of sad. All right, everyone. It's 10:45. Do you know where your children are? That used to be the thing. Anytime I watched, what was that? One channel that I always watched. I always watched like 24 on this. Like, what was it? I forgot what it was. But anytime it was like 9 o'clock, they would go, "It's 9 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?" The Siege of Gondor is a long chapter. This is probably gonna be a 3-hour long live read. We're gonna be here for a while, guys and gals. If I just say guy straight up, just know that in my neck of the woods, we call everyone guy. It's a New Jersey thing. It's a Northeast thing to do. Favorite Middle Earth book is Children of Húrin. I can't wait to read that. Nice, I like it. Good. This is perfect. You could just chill and listen as you're working. Alrighty, guys. We're going to start the live read. This is the Siege of Gondor, which is chapter 4 of The Lord of the Rings, book 5. Yeah, don't spoil Children of Húrin. Yeah, any spoilers. Anybody who's a mod, if you see any spoilers, delete those suckers. All right, here we go. The Siege of Gondor, chapter 4. Back to Pippin. Pippin was roused by Gandalf. Candles were lit in the chamber, for only a dim twilight came through the windows. The air was heavy, as with approaching thunder. "What is the time?" said Pippin, yawning. "Past the second hour," said Gandalf. Does that mean it's like 2:15 in the morning? What's the second hour? I always get confused with that, because sometimes it's like the second hour or the second watch. Is that the second hour of morning? 2 hours after dawn. Second after dawn? 8 a.m.? Second past dawn. So like 6 a.m. would be? Okay, 8 a.m. Okay. Good to know. Time to get up and make yourself presentable. You are summoned to the Lord of the city to learn your new duties. And will he provide breakfast? Merry and Pippin just think about breakfast. It's one of my favorite attributes of them. Always hungry. Because Merry had that line in the previous chapter, right? No, I have provided it. All that you will get till noon. Food is now doled out by order. Pippin looked ruefully at the small loaf, he thought, very inadequate part of butter which was set out for him, beside a cup of thin milk. "What did you bring me, or why did you bring me here?" he said. "You know quite well," said Gandalf, "to keep you out of mischief. And if you do not like being here, you can remember that you brought it on yourself." Pippin said no more. Pippin's in his early wake up, groggy, grumpy, I'm hungry face. Before long, he was walking with Gandalf once more down the cold corridor to the to the door of the tower hall. There, Denethor sat in a gray gloom, like an old patient spider. Pippin thought. Like an old patient spider? I love Pippin is so imaginative. Pippin would write a great story. Like an old patient spider, Pippin thought. He did not seem to have moved since the day before. He beckoned Gandalf to a seat, but Pippin was left for a while standing unheeded. Presently the old man turned to him. "Well, Master Peregrine, I hope that you used yesterday to your profit and to your liking, though I fear that the board is barer in this city than you could wish." Pippin had an uncomfortable feeling that most of what he had said or done was somehow known to the lord of the city. and much was guessed of what he thought as well. He did not answer. Pippin had an uncomfortable feeling that most of what he had said or done was somehow known to the lord of the city. Did Denethor have people spying on him? Why would you spy on a hobbit? I guess potentially does he think that Pippin may give information to Frodo? Or maybe he's not fully trusting and thinks he has the ring or something? I sure hope Baragond isn't a spy. Yeah, Denethor has his ways. What a weirdo. Ah, Aquila, thank you. So Pippin can afford breakfast. The Ernil is that Lord of the Hobbits, right? Thanks for the $5 or £5. I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess because he came with Gandalf and he's yeah, Baragond's he's still a good soldier. That's true. Interesting. All right, let's keep reading. Everyone like the stream too, by the way. Like the stream so more Lord of the Rings people can jump on this. What would you do in my service? I thought, sir, that you would tell me my duties. I will, when I learn what you are fit for, said Denethor. But I shall learn soonest, maybe, if I keep you beside me. The esquire of my chamber has begged leave to go to the out garrison, so you shall take his place for a while. You shall wait on me, bear errands, and talk to me, if war and counsel leave me any leisure. Can you sing? Guys, if there's a tomato, I am rioting in the streets right now. If there's a tomato, I am going crazy. Can you sing? Yes, said Pippin. Well, yes, well enough for my own people. But we have no songs fit for great halls and evil times, Lord. We seldom sing of anything more terrible than wind or rain. And most of my songs are about things that make us laugh. Or about food and drink, of course. Now, I love this line because that kind of confirms what I was thinking before and what I wrote about how the songs in the Shire are just of a different sort because they're not about these grand things. But I feel like that is the origin of all good songs. They're just about simple, basic things. Like some of my favorite poets just write poets about basic things. Like Mary Oliver, who's like one of everyone's favorite poets. She just writes half of her poems about dogs, which is why I love her so much. I love you guys are having a discussion on tomatoes or potatoes. Potatoes didn't come out, right? Wasn't that like a big thing? I love I just love the Shire's songs. I like that they don't have songs for great halls and evil times. That they have simple songs about food and drink. And like they just entertain. Ooh yeah. I'm gonna read all the other stuff that Tolkien has written. And why should such songs be unfit for my halls? Or for such hours as these? We who have lived long under the shadow may surely listen to echoes from a land untroubled by it. Then we may feel our vigil was not fruitless, though it may have been thankless. Ooh, he's bitter. He is bitter that people aren't thanking him for what they did. Which, to be honest, he's a little narrow-sighted. But does he have a point here? So, one thing that I would really love to know is what the whole rest of the realm was doing in the last 20 or so years. Or like the last 50 years. Like I know that the Rangers were protecting the Shire, which is really, really cool. I think that's so incredible. But what were the Elves of Mirkwood doing? Were they trying to keep evil at bay? What is happening at Dol Guldur right now? Like, I want to know all of that. Because it does seem like Gondor's on the front lines, and yeah, they have like lived a kind of thankless. They've like been battling him. Yeah, Boromir definitely gets his attitude from this moment. And I liked it more on Boromir because Boromir was less wise, so it almost just made sense. But Denethor shouldn't. This shouldn't happen with someone as wise as Denethor. And I know people were harping on that idea because they say Denethor is not wise; he's more shrewd. I still think that he has a lot of wisdom. Like, he has like half wisdom. He has a lot of knowledge and can apply half of that knowledge very well. But the other half, it's like leaving him paranoid. So I still think that he's wise. I think he's half wise. He's a Samwise. Yeah, it really depends on how you define wisdom. That is a great point. All right, let's keep reading. Yeah, I know intelligence doesn't mean wisdom. I think wisdom is like intelligence, the application or wisdom is the application of intelligence. But he does have some of that. He is somewhat wise. All right, let's keep reading. Pippin's heart sank. He did not relish the idea of singing any song of the Shire to the Lord of Minas Tirith. Certainly not the comic ones that he knew best. They were too, well, rustic for such an occasion. He was, however, spared the ordeal for the present. He was not commanded to sing. Denethor turned to Gandalf, asking questions about the Rohirrim and their policies, and the position of Eomer, the king's nephew. Pippin marveled at the amount that the Lord seemed to know about a people that lived far away. Though it must, he thought, be many years since Denethor himself had ridden abroad. Presently, Denethor waved to Pippin and dismissed him again for a while. Go to the armories of the citadel, he said, and get you there the livery and gear of the tower. It will be ready. It was commanded yesterday. Return when you are clad. It was as he said. And Pippin soon found himself arrayed in strange garments of all black and silver. He had a small hauberk, its rings forged of steel maybe, yet black as jet, and a high-crowned helm with small raven wings on either side, set with a silver star in the center of the circlet. What's a hauberk again? I'm thinking of a halberd, which is a spear, right? A hauberk. A chainmail skirt. Okay, interesting. A male shirt or a skirt? A shirt. I'm going to guess shirt. A chest covering. What's the other spear thing? Like a halberd? Halberk? I don't know. I'm making a fool of myself. Okay, shirt. Okay. A coat of mail. A halberd? Maybe, yeah. That's probably what it is. Hauberk and a halberd. All right. I wish I had a Gondorian helmet. I should have done this whole live reading in a Gondorian helmet. That'd be so cool. Above the mail was a short surcoat of black, but broidered on the breast in silver with the token of the tree. His old clothes were folded and put away, but he was permitted to keep the gray cloak of Lorien, though not to wear it when on duty. I like that. He looked now, he had known it, verily Erniel e Perianath, the prince of the halflings, that folk had called him. But he felt uncomfortable, and the gloom began to weigh on his spirits. It was dark and dim all day. From the sunless dawn until evening, the heavy shadow had deepened, and all hearts in the city were oppressed. Far above, a great cloud streamed slowly westward from the black land. devouring light, borne upon a wind of war. But below, the air was still and breathless, as if all the vale of Anduin waited for the outset of a ruinous storm. Gosh. It's brutal. About the 11th hour, released at last for a while from service, Pippin came out and went in search of food and drink, to cheer his heavy heart and make his task of waiting more supportable. In the messes, he met Baragond again. Yes! Who had just come from an errand over the Pelennor out to the guard towers upon the causeway. Together they strolled out to the walls, for Pippin felt imprisoned indoors, and stifled even in the lofty citadel. Now they sat side by side again in the embrasure looking eastward, where they had eaten and talked the day before. It was the sunset hour. Wow, it's been a full day. But the great pile had now stretched far into the west, and only as it sank into the last sea, or it sank at last into the sea, did the sun escape to send out a brief farewell gleam before the night. Wait, they're watching the sunset over the sea? Do they have that good of a view at the top of this that they can actually see the sea? They don't see the sea. Okay, but far in the west there's a key. Okay. Yeah, it's metaphorical. Okay, so the sun is setting over the sea, but they just can't see the sea. I was trying to figure out my geography for a second there. The sea is very in the distance, but they can't actually see the sea. Thank you for the $8.99 New Zealand dollars, New Zealand dollars, bucks, dollar bucks. Let's remember Gladriel's file in this gloom. And also everyone liked the stream. That's hilarious. Everyone liked the stream. Honestly, Gladriel's file, we need Gladriel's file right now. We need a bunch of Gladriel's files. Everyone needs one. They can see the light. Huh. Hold on. Let me check out a map real quick. Someone sent a really good image of a map. Let me open Discord again. Where was that map? Okay, here it is. Join me. Attila, thank you for this map, if you're here. This map is so cool. Okay, so they're here. Oh, I didn't even know there was a big... Oh, these are mountain. This is a mountain. That's not a sea. This is Minas Morgul, Osgiliath, Minas Tirith. So they're technically looking that way. They're technically looking west, or no, they're looking east. Are they on the wall right here and they're looking out this way? I should just reread that sentence. You can see the sunset. The sun rises in the west. Sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So the sun sets over here. Yeah, it's poetic. I think I'm just overthinking it. All right. Let's keep reading. It's probably going to be in the next sentence. The next sentence is going to be like, and stop overthinking this and don't reread, don't overthink, don't overanalyze this because it's a metaphor. Let me go to T. All right. Where am I? It was the sunset hour, but the great pole had now stretched far into the west, and only as it sank into Only as it sank at last into the sea did the sun escape to find out a brief farewell gleam before night. Even as Frodo saw it, at the crossroads, touching the head of the fallen king. But to the fields of the Pelennor, under the shadow of Mendaluin, there came no gleam. They were brown and drear. Already it seemed to Pippin, since he had sat there before in some half-forgotten time, when he had still been a hobbit, a light-hearted wonder touched little by the perils he had passed through. Now he was one small soldier in a city preparing for a great assault, clad in the proud but somber manner of the Tower Guard. He's becoming a man. How is he 29 right now? I think he's 29. Or is he 31? How old is he again? Already it seemed years to Pippin since he had sat there before, in some half-forgotten time when he had still been a hobbit. A light-hearted wanderer touched little by the perils he had passed through. Now he was one small soldier in a city preparing for a great assault, clad in the proud but somber manner of the Tower Guard, of the Tower of Guard. In some other time and place, Pippin might have been pleased with his new array, but he knew now that he was taking part in no play. He was in deadly earnest, the servant of a grim master in the greatest peril. That's actually interesting. He was in deadly earnest, the servant of a grim master in the greatest peril. That is not a great place to be. Sorry. The hauberk was burdensome, and the helm weighed upon his head. His cloak he had cast aside upon the seat. He turned his tired gaze away from the darkling fields below, and yawned. And then he sighed. "You are weary of this day," said Beregond. "Yes," said Pippin, "very. Tired out with idleness and waiting. I have kicked my heels at the door of my master's chamber for many slow hours, while he has debated with Gandalf and the prince and other great persons. And I'm not used, Master Beregond, to waiting hungry on others while they eat. Oh, and I'm not used, Master Beregond, to waiting hungry on others while they eat. It is a sore trial for a hobbit that, no doubt you will think, I should feel the honor more deeply. But what is good of such honor? Indeed, what is the good even of food and drink under this creeping shadow? What does it mean? The very air seems thick and brown. Do you often have such glooms when the wind is in the east?" He's having a existential crisis. He can't eat, and he has to serve other people food without eating himself. And he goes, "What is the good of such honor? Indeed, what is the good of even food and drink under this creeping shadow?" He's really like aging up quick in this chapter. He loves his food. "Nay," said Beregond, "there is no weather of this world. There is no weather of the world. This is some device of his malice, some broil of fume from the mountain of fire, that he sends to darken hearts in council. And so it doth indeed. I wish the Lord Faramir would return. He would not be dismayed, but now who knows if he will ever come back across the river out of the darkness. I need Faramir to come back in this chapter. Please. Please. I need Faramir back. He has to come back before the siege, no? "Yes," said Pippin. "Gandalf too is anxious. He was disappointed, I think, not to find Faramir here. And where has he got to himself?" He left the Lord's council before the noon meal. In no good mood either, I thought. Perhaps he has some foreboding of bad news. Suddenly, as they talked, they were stricken dumb. Frozen, as it were, to listening stones. Pippin cowered down with his hands pressed to his ears. But Beregond, who had been looking out from the battlements as he spoke of Faramir, remained there, stiffened, staring out with starting eyes. Pippin knew the shuddering cry that he had heard. It was the same that he heard long ago in the Marish of the Shire, but now it was grown in power and hatred, piercing the heart with a poisonous despair. At last, Beregond spoke with an effort. "They have come," he said. "Take courage and look. There are fell things below." Dang. Yeah, the spooky guy in a pterodactyl has come back. This is intimidating. This is actually kind of terrifying. Reluctantly, Pippin climbed to the seat and looked out over the wall. Is he Faramir or is he Niramir? Looked out over the wall. The Pelennor lay dim beneath him, fading away to the scarce guessed line of the great river. But now, wheeling softly across it like shadows of untimely night, he saw in the middle airs below him 5 bird-like forms, horrible as carrion fell, yet greater than eagles, cruel as death. Now they swooped near, venturing almost within bowshot of the walls. Now they circled away. "Black riders," muttered Pippin. "Black riders of the air. But see, Beregond," he cried. "They are looking for something, surely. See how they wheel and swoop, always down to that point over there. And you can see something moving over the ground. Dark little things. Is this Faramir? Did Gandalf go to fetch Faramir? That's my guess. That they can't see it now, but this is Gandalf himself going out to fetch Faramir. And Faramir didn't get sent out by his father. They are looking for something, surely. See how they wheel and swoop, always down to that point over there. And you can see something moving on the ground, dark little things. Yes, men on horses. 4 or 5. I cannot stand it. Gandalf, Gandalf, save us." Another long screech rose and fell, and he threw himself back again from the wall, panting like a hunted animal. Faint and seemingly remote through that shuddering cry, he heard, winding up from below, the sound of a trumpet, ending on a long high note. "Faramir! The Lord Faramir! It is his call!" Wait, hold on. After another long screech rose and fell, and he threw himself back again from the wall, panting like a hunted animal. Faint and seemingly remote through that shuddering cry, he heard, winding up from below, the sound of a trumpet ending on a long high note. Okay, so that's coming from Faramir, who's riding out right now. I thought for a second that was going to be like coming from the city. That's why that was my initial read. But it seems like it's coming from this rider. "Faramir, the Lord Faramir, it is his call," cried Beregond. "Brave heart. But how can he win to the gate if these foul hellhawks have other weapons than fear? But look, they hold on. They will make the gate. No, the horses are running mad. Look, the men are thrown. They are running on foot. No one is still up, but he rides back to the others. That will be the captain. He can master both beasts and men. There one of the foul things is stooping on him. Help, help. Will no one go out to him? Faramir." With that, Beregond sprang away, and ran off into the gloom. Ashamed of his terror, while Baragon of the guard thought first of the captain whom he loved, Pippin got up and peered out. At that moment he caught a flash of white and silver coming from the north, like a small star down the dusky fields. It moved with the speed of an arrow, and grew as it came, converging swiftly with the flight of the 4 men toward the gate. It seemed to Pippin that a pale light was spread about it, and the heavy shadows gave way before it. And then, as it drew near, he thought that he heard, like an echo in the walls, a great voice calling. Ooh, like an echo on the walls. Yeah, Baragon with the commentary. Thank you. Gandalf's using his magic voice here. He's using his Saruman voice almost. Gandalf, he cried. Gandalf. He always turns up when things are darkest. Go on, White Rider. Gandalf, Gandalf, he shouted wildly, like an onlooker at a great race, urging on a runner who was far beyond encouragement. But now the dark swooping shadows were aware of the newcomer. One wheeled toward him, but it seemed to Pippin that he raised his hands, and from it a shaft of white light stabbed upward. The Nazgul gave a long wailing cry, and swerved away. And with that, the 4 others wavered, and then rising in swift spirals, they passed away eastward, vanishing into the lower cloud above. And down on the Pelennor, it seemed for a while less dark. Huh. So this was just him coming back. Interesting. So he didn't have to go recapture Osgiliath. I kind of like that. The Nazgul just pantsed Faramir. Yeah, it really is kind of cool how the people just love Faramir. Like, he's such a good leader. And I love that they, like, Baragon is like, he tames both horse and, or he tames both beast and man. What does he say? Both beasts and men. He can master both beasts and men. Greetings from the U.S. I'm glad you're here from Latvia. Yeah, like Pippin, him shooting the light at it. But this is interesting because they're coming back from Osgiliath there. And maybe they got sent out to Osgiliath. I kind of doubt they got sent back to Osgiliath. It seems like he's coming from Ithilien. Ooh, Faramir reclaiming Osgiliath. Is that actually going to happen? I'm pretty curious. I know. I was actually thinking that. I could hear the little kids singing. You know, for such a long time, I thought that was a woman singing, and then I realized it was a boy soprano. It's a great section of the movies. That really is a good section of the movies. And then Gandalf comes riding around, and he kind of like intercepts the group. Ben Del Maestro? That kid has a great voice. Was he the kid that sang... Okay, take a pause. I cannot wait for the Ride of the Rohirrim chapter. I think that's the next chapter. I saw someone took a video of... They were at the live playing of that, and the movie was on in the background, and the orchestra was playing. And when Théoden was giving his death speech, the entire audience stood up and they started chanting death with that. And so now I watched that like 5 times yesterday. And so now I am so pumped to watch or to actually see that scene play out in the book. I love that. I'm actually, when I finish this book, I'm going to go watch one of those live. 10,000 people in the crowd screaming together. That's so cool. Oh, I want to watch that. Is Ben Del Maestro the same kid who did the... He has to be. Because the same kid that did the... When Gandalf fell. That song. You know what I mean? Aragorn. That's such a good scene. Ooh, I gotta listen to the Tolkien version of that. I definitely will read it on my own first, but then after we do the live read, I'll listen to the Tolkien version. Dude, Michael, thanks for the $5. Trivia night's coming. We have 5 out of 10. We're close. And if we do trivia night too, we have Gibby, who's Factor Fantasy. Everyone goes to subscribe to his channel. I still have to email you, Gibby. I always say that, but I'll email you this week so we can actually plan to do like some kind of trivia night or something like that. That'd be fun. I cannot wait for that chapter. Although I don't have any essays so far in this chapter. Actually, I do have one. Maybe just Pippin's love of food. I want to write that. I like Pippin's love of food. Pippin's love of food. Yeah, Pippin aging up for sure. That's going to be an essay. He's really maturing quick in this chapter. In the late 2000s, also, yeah, Cisa Lother. Thanks for the 10 SGD. What's an SGD? In the late 2000s, movie and game reviews were all the rage, and no one did videos reviewing books. Glad to chance upon a channel which does review books. Denethor is one of your favorite characters. That's a hot take. I love that. Noble but tragic character. He's an interesting character. I will give you that. He's an interesting character. I actually kind of love that he's your favorite. That's a hot take. I think he's a little icky. I still think he's a little icky. Like, I wouldn't want to be in a room with him. But he's one of the more complex and interesting characters in the story. I will say that. He is very, very interesting. Very, very complex. Very gray. Yeah, very gray. Yeah, Denethor. He does give like, okay, so like they're on the same, like Wormtongue is evil, clearly evil, and just gross. He's on the side of evil. Denethor kind of gives the same vibes as him, but he's on the side of good. So you're like, I don't really like him, but he's kind of on the side of good. He's kind of wise. I still think it was wise. I still think it was wild when Théoden was going to Helm's Deep that Wormtongue still had a hold on him. And Théoden was like, oh, I wish Gandalf or Wormtongue was here. I wish one of my 2 counselors was here. I was like, what the heck? He's literally wishing for one of his counselors to be here. That's crazy. Oh, wait. So someone, dude, Michael, thank you for the $10 too. That is so incredible. You guys are the best. Someone actually made that scene in conjunction with the movie. I'm so pumped to watch that now. That's going to be great. After we do next chapter's live read, we'll watch that after. Because that sounds so good. I'm pumped. So, okay. Quick. I try my hardest to not let my movie perception. Also, I go on so many tangents. And I also have a mustache here in my mouth. Okay, I got it. Michael, your comment on the video that's coming out tomorrow, I can't. I read that and I was like, I don't know if he's serious or if he's not serious. But I try my hardest to not let my movie perception or my love of the movies cloud my understanding of my reading. And I don't do a perfect job of that. But I will say I still don't think Denethor is that. I think he's more similar. Like, I just don't know. I'd be curious that if I actually didn't see the movie, if I would think that Denethor is still icky. But he still gives me icky feelings. Like, I'm trying to eliminate Denethor in my mind, which to me, this was interesting too. So when I went into this, everyone was like, Denethor is such a different character. Denethor is such a different character. So when I was going in, I thought maybe he was going to be more benevolent. And so when that kind of crashed down, I think I was just shocked that he wasn't this like incredible good character, or like that he wasn't just kind and good. I thought he was going to be like a Théoden kind of character, like but wiser, and he's not at all. And so maybe that crashed it down a little bit, in my opinion, to the point where I was like, no, he's very similar to the movies. I still think he is similar to the movies to some extent. I know he's different. He's not as insane. Like, I will say this. Maybe this is a bad characterization of him, but book Denethor and movie Denethor are almost the same character to me, but take out the insanity. But I have heard rumor that he actually is apparently insane because his mind has been addled because apparently he's looking in the stones of Orthanc or something like that, or one of the Palantir. I don't know that for sure. I think I've gotten like hints of that in the book, but I remember seeing someone comment on that. And he's going through a lot. I agree. For sure he's going through a lot. His son has just died. He just got news of that. The Hobbit who was with his son when he died just came, and he has to get news of that. So for sure, he's just depressed. At the same time, he's a little depressed, but Théoden still is the same. Théoden's son just died. He just has to march off to battle. He just came out of essentially like a coma for years. But Théoden comes out of his thaw, and he's kind and he's nice. That would be an interesting essay. When I get more about Denethor, how you come out of how you recover out of abuse. Because let's say, okay, sorry, we'll jump on this in a second. We'll get back to reading in a second. A comparison between these two characters. Both of them, okay, so again, I am assuming that this fact is true, that Denethor's mind has kind of been addled a little bit by this Palantir. Théoden's mind has been addled by Wormtongue. Théoden comes out of this and is kind of healed by this in some way. And when he thaws out, he ends up becoming a kindly person. Even in the midst of his grief because the son is dead, even in the midst of these men that he loves who have died in Helm's Deep, he still is a kindly man. Denethor hasn't seemed to come out of his abuse yet. Is he still looking into the stone? I just need to read more. So when I actually figure that out, if he is looking into the stone or not, then I'll write an essay on this. But I feel like that there's an essay somewhere in there. I'm like chiseling away at that. Ah, man, I'm so excited to keep reading. I get so pumped that I get to read this for the first time. Alrighty, let's keep going. Where am I? Like an echo off the great walls. Like an onlooker at a great race, urging on a runner who is far beyond encouragement. But now the dark swooping shadows were aware of the newcomer. One wheeled toward him, but it seemed to Pippin that he raised his hand, and from it a shaft of white light stabbed upwards. The Nazgul gave a long wailing cry. Whoop! Did my internet just go out? Hold on 1 second. My whole entire browser just crashed. I think we're good. Pop out. Elizabeth, you're here. Welcome. Lizzie, I love that you're here. Also, everyone, me and Lizzie and Danny and Jen, maybe Jen, are recording tonight for the Fellowship with the First Time Readers. One's in a fridge and others in a permafrost. That is actually great. Lizzie, you should write that essay. Okay, many of my questions are answered in this chapter. Okay, good. Excellent. Also, everyone liked the stream. No, none of them have a YouTube channel. They're all just kind of chilling with me. Although, I tell Lizzie that she should do essays and just post it on this channel. I'll just give her any of the royalties. But nothing yet. Lizzie has Brilliant thoughts, everyone. Brilliant thoughts. She just keeps them to herself. One of them does have a YouTube channel, but I'm not going to say anything unless this person actually wants me to share it. Where am I? I keep saying, okay. But now the dark swooping shadows were aware of the newcomer. One wheeled toward him, but it seemed to Pippin that he raised his hand. And from it, a shaft of white light stabbed upwards. Also, Lizzie, did you... Hold on, sorry, I just got distracted. Did you finish the 3 chapters? Because right now we're on the 4th chapter. I'm just sneaking ahead. We're covering the first 3, the first 3 chapters, which is going to be... It might be a long stream, to be honest. Frozen? I think my internet was freaking out for a second there. All right, anyway, we got to keep reading. I'm only 2 pages in, and it's already been almost 45 minutes. This is going to be a 5-hour stream today, everyone, so... Ooh, research video for The Hobbit. What's the video on? Ooh, okay, good. I'm glad, Lizzie. All right, I got to keep reading. Otherwise, we're going to be here for 5 hours. The Nazgul gave a long wailing cry and swerved away. And with that, the 4 others wavered. And then, rising in swift spirals, they passed away eastward, vanishing into the lowering clouds above. And down on the Pelennor, it seemed for a while less dark. Pippin watched, and he saw the horseman and the White Rider meet and halt, waiting for those on foot. Men now hurried out to them from the city, and soon they all passed from sight under the outer walls, and he knew that they were entering the gate. Guessing that they would come at once to the tower and the steward, he hurried, to the entrance of the citadel. There he was joined by many others who had watched the race and rescued from the high walls, and the rescue from the high walls. It was not long before a clamor was heard in the streets leading up from the outer circles, and there was much cheering and crying of the names of Faramir and Mithrandir. Presently Pippin saw torches, and followed by a press of 2 horsemen riding slowly. One was in white, but shining no longer, pale in the twilight, as if his fire was spent or veiled. Those are 2 very different things. Which I guess that makes sense that Pippin's perceiving that. I hope it's veiled rather than spent. Because Gandalf's going to need a lot of that light to emanate from him if they want to defeat this army. Ooh, Desolation of Smog. Oh, good luck. Spent? I hope it's not spent. I hope it's veiled. That's an interesting question for what it actually would be for Gandalf. I'm curious. We'll probably get more of that. The other was dark and his head was bowed. They dismounted, and as grooms took Shadowfax and the other horse, they walked forever to the sentinel at the gate. Gandalf steadily his grey cloak flung back. Flung back, and a fire still smoldering in his eyes. The other clad in all green, slowly, swaying a little as a weary or wounded man. Pippin pressed forward as they passed under the lamp beneath the gate arch, and when he saw the pale face of Faramir, he caught his breath. It was the face of one who has been assailed by a great fear or anguish, but has mastered it, and now is quiet. That's a great description. Gandalf dies again and comes back. Imagine that. I think hobbits are some of the most perceptive beings in Middle-earth. I think there's so much wisdom with hobbits. The way that they're able to see things and like what was the thing in the previous chapter? Oh, Merry seeing, which if anybody gives me any spoilers about this, I will ban you for life. But Merry seeing, what's the name? Helm. Hold on, I gotta find that thing's name. Durnhelm. Merry seeing Durnhelm, which I am 99% sure is Eowyn. If anybody gives me spoilers on that, lifetime ban. I think I'm not even gonna look at the chat right now. Merry seeing this Durnhelm creature, this Durnhelm character, and thinking that this person is one who has death in their eyes. There was such a good description of that character. Let me find it. He caught the glint of clear gray eyes, and then he shivered, for it came suddenly to him that it was the face of one without hope who goes in search of death. Dang! Like, that's Merry's perception of this character. And then Pippin has his perception of this character here, that he sees it was the face of one who had been assailed by a great fear or anguish, but has mastered it and is now quiet. Hobbits are such good judges. Proud and grave he stood for a moment as he spoke to the guard. And Pippin, gazing at him, saw how closely he resembled his brother Boromir, whom Pippin had liked from the first. Oh, I like that Pippin actually liked Boromir. Admiring the great man's lordly but kindly manner. Wait. Is he saying... Oh, wait, hold on. What's the antecedent here? The antecedent is Boromir. Pippin, gazing at him, saw how closely he resembled his brother Boromir. Whom? Boromir, correct? Boromir Pippin had liked from first? Or is he saying that he likes Faramir from the first sight? Because the next sentence says, admiring the great man's lordly but kindly manner. Okay, so he's talking about Boromir. But he's talking about the admiring of the kindly and lordly manner is Boromir still, right? That's not him looking at Faramir and saying that he looks kindly and lordly. Okay, he's still talking about Boromir there. Okay. Antecedents. I mean, that's a correct usage of that. That just confused me a little bit. Okay. Okay, let's go. Yet suddenly for Faramir, his heart was strangely moved with a feeling that he had not known before. Here was one with an air of nobility, of high nobility, such as Aragorn at times revealed. Less high, perhaps, yet also less incalculable and remote. One of the kings of men, born into a later time, but touched with the wisdom and sadness of the Eldar race, of the Elder race. Is the Elder race the Númenóreans? And how does Pippin know about the Elder race? What's the Elder race? He knew now why Baragon spoke his name with love. He was a captain that men would follow, that he would follow, even under the shadow of the Black Wings. So that line, I would have followed you, my brother, my captain, my king, really is Pippin saying this to Faramir all the time. Eldar are elves. Okay. Oh, yeah, I knew that, actually. I knew that. Sadness of the Eldar race. Okay. He was a captain that men would follow, that he would follow, even under the shadow of Black Wings. And he's doing this from first glance. Dang. Faramir really does have like a kingly appearance. Whoops. Just dripped some water on my book. It's going to smudge. Faramir, he cried aloud at the others. Faramir. And Faramir, catching his strange voice among the clamor of the men of the city, turned and looked down at him and was amazed. Time out. The hobbits speak differently from everyone else? What does Pippin sound like? Does he sound like a child? I never thought about that. Faramir, Faramir. That's what he sounds like. But would it be a hobbit? Would it be an accent if he's just saying the name Faramir? He sounds British. I guess that's kind of true that he would kind of have an accent. So I guess there's one person in the crowd. Everyone is saying it normally how Faramir would like it said. And then there's one person saying it a little bit different with an accent. Oh, that's true, because he is familiar with Frodo and Sam's accent, so he's probably... Oh. That makes sense. Faramir or Faramir? Oh, it's actually interesting that I say it different from you guys. Faramir. Everyone goes Faramir. And everyone, the real way to say it is Faramir, Faramir. What is the proper way to say that name? I say it wrong. I think that's actually incredible. Pippin is Scottish. Faramir. He's going Faramir, Faramir. Faramir. Faramir is the correct way to say it. Faramir. 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 I say it with a hobbit accent. That's because I'm a hobbit. I identify as a hobbit. Yeah, we all say, Americans say every Tolkien word wrong, all right? If he was Scottish, Faramir would go, there's someone saying some weird word over there. I don't even know what he's saying. near Amir, Faramir, wherever you are, Amir. That's a great pun. All right, let's keep reading. Again, because otherwise we'll be here for 5 hours. Which isn't the worst thing of all. I would love a 5-hour read, to be honest. Okay. I like that he notices him too. I'm sure because there's a lot embedded in this. He turned and looked down at him and was amazed. Whence come you, he said, a halfling and in the livery of the tower? Whence? But with that, Gandalf stepped to his side and spoke. He came with me from the land of the halflings, he said. He came with me, but let us not tarry here. There is much to say and to do as you are weary. He shall come with us. Indeed he must, for if he does not forget his new duties more easily than I do, he must attend on his lord again within the hour. Come, Pippin, follow us. So at length they came to the private chamber of the lord of the city. There, deep seats were set about a brazier of charcoal, and wine was brought. And there Pippin, hardly noticed, stood behind the chair of Denethor and felt his weariness little. So eagerly did he listen to all that was said. When Faramir had taken white bread and drunk a draught of wine, he sat upon a low chair at his father's left hand. Removed a little upon the other side sat Gandalf in a chair of carven wood, and he seemed at first to be asleep. For at the beginning, Faramir spoke only of the errands upon which he had been sent out 10 days before, and he brought tidings of Ithilien, and of movements of the enemy and his allies. And he told of the fight on the road when the men of Harad and their great beasts were overthrown. A captain reporting to his master such matters as had often been heard before. Small things of border war that now seem useless and petty, shorn of their renown. Then suddenly Faramir looked at Pippin. But now we come to strange matters, he said. For this is not the first halfling that I have seen walking out of the northern legends into the southlands. At that, Gandalf sat up and gripped the arms of his chair, but he said nothing. And with a look, stopped the exclamation on Pippin's lips. Denethor looked at their faces and nodded his head, as though in sign he had read much there before it was spoken. Huh. Hold on, I gotta keep reading before I ask this question. Slowly, while the others sat silent and still, Faramir told his tale, with his eyes for the most part on Gandalf, though now and again his glance straight to Pippin, as if to refresh his memory of others that he had seen. As his story was unfolded of his meeting with Frodo and his servant and of the events at Henneth Anun, Pippin became aware that Gandalf's hands were trembling as they clutched the carven wood. White they seemed now, and very old. And as he looked at them, suddenly with a thrill of fear, Pippin knew that Gandalf himself was troubled, even afraid. Oh, he's terrified because he's going through Cirith Ungol. This just makes me so curious where Gandalf is leading them to. Initially. Gandalf had to have known another way in. Maybe he was just going to let fate govern them. Huh. He had a secret wizard tunnel. That kind of sounds about right. I have another. Maybe I just need to refresh my memory on this. But what is this interaction between Gandalf and Pippin? Does Denethor know about the ring? He has to have known about the ring. Read and find out. Okay. Fine, everyone. That's why I said to myself, I was like, I should probably keep reading until I ask this question. Because what is Gandalf and Pippin's back and forth here? Are they like, is Gandalf looking at Pippin to not give information to Denethor in his face about the ring? Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. So only the Council of Elrond knows it. But Faramir knows it too now. No? Yeah, no spoilers. Yeah. If I'm asking a spoilery question, just everyone type in RAFO. All right, Michael. All right. I'm getting to it. Let me sit here and ponder and think for a little bit. I really need a pipe when I read. I feel like that would be a good pondering thing. At last, when Faramir spoke of hold on, am I right there? Gandalf himself was troubled, even afraid. The air of the room was close and still. At last, when Faramir spoke of his parting with the travelers and of their resolve to go to Cirith Ungol, his face fell. And he shook his head and sighed, Then Gandalf sprang up. Cirith Ungol? Morgul Vale, he said. The time, Faramir. The time, Faramir, the time. When did you part with them? When would they reach that accursed valley? I parted with them in the morning 2 days ago, said Faramir. It is 15 leagues thence to the Vale of Morgul, of the Morgul Duin, if they went straight south. And then they would be still 5 leagues westward of the accursed tower. At swiftest, they could not come there before today. And maybe they have not come there yet. Oh, wow. Wild. That's interesting. I don't know why, but in my head, the time jumps, the time's going back and forth just mess with me. So was at the crossroads. This was at the journey to the crossroads when they said goodbye. Faramir goes west, and they go east. But if they're going 5 leagues, what is that? 15 miles. That seems like a lot shorter of a journey than where Faramir has to go. I love that you're smoking the pipe now. Yeah, I guess this is where they're at the crown thing. So they're not yet in Shelob's lair. I wonder if in Gandalf's mind right now, he's going, I need to summon an eagle. I need to get Shadowfax and rescue him from this moment right now. But he can't because does he know this army is coming? We haven't seen... No, the army isn't out yet. I'm curious if we're going to see the call of Mordor, end of the Morgul, end of Minas Morgul. It's literally in the next sentence. But come on, let me just sit here and think about this for a second. Yeah, I know he can't summon an eagle, but at the same time, he can kind of summon an eagle. Okay. You guys, I love this so much. Gandalf, wait, where am I? I parted them in the morning 2 days ago, said Faramir. It is 15 leagues thence to the Vale of the Morgul Duin. If they went straight south, then they would still be 5 leagues westward of the accursed tower. At swiftest, they could not come there before today. And maybe they have not come there yet. Indeed, I see what you fear. But the darkness is not due to their adventure. It began yestereve. And all Ithilien was under shadow last night. It is clear to me that the enemy has long planned an assault on us, and its hour had already been determined before ever the travelers left my keeping. Gandalf paced the floor. The morning of 2 days ago. Night nigh on 3 days of journey. How far is the place where you parted? Some 25 leagues as the bird flies, answered Faramir. But I could not come more swiftly. Yestereve I lay at Caer Andros, the long isle in the river northward, which we hold in defense. And horses are kept there, or are kept on hither bank. As the dark drew on, I knew that haste was needed. So I rode thence with 3 others that could also be horsed. The rest of my company I sent south to strengthen the garrison at the fords of Osgiliath. I hope that I have not done ill. He looked at his father. Huh. Yeah, they're not very... I still am very curious to know what's going on in... I know Gandalf is thinking about this here, but is he thinking about... What is... maybe I'm missing this, but what is plaguing Gandalf? Is he nervous that the army is going to intercept them? How does Gandalf know that the army is coming from Minas Morgul? I guess scouts? Is he nervous that the army is going to intercept them, or is he nervous that they're walking into Shelob's lair? Care Andros. Yeah, I was actually going to look that up. It's a good call. I'm curious what Care Andros looks like. So it's right here. Dang, so that's a legitimate journey. That's long. So they were in North Ithilien, and they went all the way down here on this road. But I'm guessing like probably no, wasn't the crossroad road was right here. Oh wow, so the road to Minas Morgul is right here. But Cirith Ungol is a lot farther. Osgiliath is here. So that's like almost the same amount of time from here to there. The crossroads right there. So he goes here and he sends men to Care Andros. Curious what that looks like. Huh. So he knows something dwells there, but he doesn't know Shelob dwells there? I don't know why, but I weirdly feel... I don't know. It's obviously my first read. I don't know why, but I really feel like Gandalf would know. Appendix B, page 404 in my edition. Dare I go to the appendix? Hold on, Appendix B. Thank you for the page number, too. I love that you know the page number. That actually is super cool. This is actually... I should have done this months ago. There's a lot of information here. Holy smokes. He literally has a full timeline of everything. This is crazy. Holy smokes. I can't wait to just sit and read this for a while. I'm not going to go to that. I'm not going to keep reading that. I saw just lots of information. I'll get there when I get there. I'm okay to just be in the dark about those things. So he's not omniscient, but wouldn't Gandalf know something about Shelob? I guess Shelob doesn't have that much renown. Appendicitis. Interesting. I guess he wouldn't know that much. I would say that he would know her because she's old and she's just like... I guess he didn't know about the Balrog. He didn't know what Durin's Bane was, even though Durin's Bane was like... I feel like the biggest legend in Middle-earth. So I guess he wouldn't know Shelob, that's true. I'm just thinking of the internet existing in Middle-earth and that they would definitely know about that. Wait, Faramir didn't go to the crossroads? I thought they parted at the crossroads. Was I wrong? Where did they part? Thank you, Elizabeth. Solidarity with me. They parted earlier? They parted in Ithilien. Okay. Interesting. Oh, yeah. And then okay. I remember that now. Okay. Well, let's keep reading. I'm curious what Denethor's response to this is going to be. I really hope that he's not a jerk. Ill, cried Denethor, and his eyes flashed suddenly. Why do you ask? The men were under your command. Or do you ask for my judgment on all your deeds? Your bearing is lowly in my presence. Yet it is long now since you turned from your own way at my counsel. See, you have spoken skillfully, as ever. But have I not seen your eyes fixed upon Mithrandir, seeking whether you said well or too much? He has long had your heart in his keeping. My son, your father is old, but not yet dotard. What a turd. I could see and hear as my wont. And little of what you have said, what little of what you have half said or left unsaid is now hidden from me. I know the answer to many riddles. Alas, alas for Boromir. If what I have done displeases you, my father, said Faramir quietly, I wish I had known your counsel before the burden of so weighty a judgment was thrust on me. Would that have availed to change your judgment? Said Denethor. You would still have done just so, I deem. I know you will. Ever your desire is to appear lordly and generous as a king of old, gracious, gentle. That may well befit one of high race, if he sits in power and peace. But in desperate hours, gentleness may be repaid with death. But in desperate hours, gentleness may be repaid with death? So be it, said Faramir. So be it, cried Denethor. But not with your death only, Lord Faramir. With the death also of your father, and of all your people, whom it is your part to protect now that Boromir is gone. Wait, okay, so he's saying being merciful might get you killed? Okay, that makes more sense than what I was thinking. I was thinking he gets the death penalty for withholding information. And I'm like, he gets the death penalty, and also Denethor is like, I just want to die too. But that makes more sense. He's saying what you just did might have cost everyone their lives. Which, to Denethor's point, he might be right. Well, no, we know he's wrong, but like to Denethor's perspective, I think Denethor is an idiot. But he's acting, I guess, to try to protect his people here. Yeah, very misguided and stubborn. I like that. Yeah, so that's one thing that I actually recognize with a lot of Gondorians. Well, at least with Boromir, and maybe just with Boromir and Denethor. They're very Gondor first. Make Gondor great again. That's their motto. I think they just oversee a lot of other like nuances here. Like they only have eyes for saving their own people. Like even the word that he sent to Théoden with the red arrow was slightly not like threatening, but it was like, look, if you guys actually, it was just like, if you guys want to live, you'll come help us. But I just misread that a little bit. I thought he was essentially like threatening him with his life there, which just would seem like he's kind of crazy. Yeah, saving Gondor is, I mean, this is where like the final battle is taking place. Saving Gondor, everyone should come to Gondor as aides. I'm a little pissed that some of the elves aren't coming. Like, yes, I know they're leaving Middle-earth, and I know maybe this isn't their battle to fight, but it kind of is their battle to fight. Like, where is the crew from Lothlorien? Why aren't the Mirkwood elves probably making like, well, it'd probably be like a 5-month journey down there, but better late than never, I guess. Yeah, Rohan would die on their own, so it's better that they fight together. Ooh, elves. Elves are busy. Okay, interesting. They're having a battle off screen. I kind of love that. Honestly, okay, so I know that. Oh, they're being attacked out of Moria? Interesting. Is that appendices stuff? Don't give me any spoilers. But I thought. I'm not like a war strategist. But there actually are a lot of factions of orcs in all the places. Are there any orcs in Dol Guldur? So there's orcs in Moria, and I guess those are like just riot, like causing ruckus everywhere. And then this is Minas. So the Mordor orcs are still probably they're not just sitting and rotting in Mordor. There's some parties that are running around. Huh. Dol Guldur does have orcs. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not going to read any more because I'll figure that out later when I get to the appendices. Give me a more complete vision of what's going on in the story. So be it, but not with your death only, Lord Faramir, with the death also of your father, and of your people, whom it is your part to protect now that Boromir is gone. Do you wish then, said Faramir, that our places had been exchanged? What a turd! Yes, I wish that indeed, said Denethor. I hate him. What the heck? I don't care if you're grieving. That's not something that you say. For Boromir was loyal to me, and no wizard's pupil. That makes it worse. Because he hates his son because of a petty squabble that he seems to have with Gandalf. I want to know more about the history between Gandalf and Denethor. I feel like I'm stopping at every sentence and you guys are getting so mad. But Boromir was loyal to me. Actually, hold on. Time out. I had that one idea before. Where was that? Denethor didn't Denethor say before that he wishes their places were switched? And that didn't necessarily mean that he wished. I still think personally that it kind of still meant that he wished Faramir was dead and Boromir was alive helping him right now. But it still could mean he wished Faramir went with the ring. And so he could mean the same thing right now. He almost wished that Faramir was out and that Boromir was with him. Because Boromir probably would have been a better... Actually, no, I don't think he would have been a better general. Knowing what I know about Boromir and Faramir, Boromir would have been more courageous and brash. And maybe Denethor thinks that is good. Which that's not really wisdom. I gotta keep reading. He's a weird character. He would have had remembered his father's need. and would not have squandered what fortune gave. He would have brought me a mighty gift. He doesn't know Boromir. So my reading totally changed with that line. Because Denethor now just doesn't understand his sons. And this is, I said this in another essay. I keep reading one line and just dissecting it for 10 minutes. But this really makes me think that Denethor has no idea who Boromir really is. Some idea. But it really reinforces the idea that he is a father who is vicariously living through his son. He's like one of those soccer parents that like wishes, like Boromir has all this strength and gusto and Denethor wishes he had that strength and gusto, so he's living through him. Because Boromir ultimately was about to take the ring. Yeah, maybe he doesn't know the ring, but honestly, that's even more so because the ring was the thing that really tempted Boromir. And Boromir, when Galadriel kind of like offered Boromir the ring, he was tempted to come and save his people with the ring. It wasn't necessarily the ring itself, which makes me think that Denethor even knows his son less. Because it's not like I don't think Boromir would come back to the city. So here's the hypothetical. Let's say Boromir takes the ring and the ring doesn't corrupt him on the way. It would obviously corrupt him and he'd probably bring it right to Sauron or something like that. Let's say he brings it back to Minas Tirith. I don't know if he would just give it to his father there. Maybe he would. I don't know. I know I have to keep reading. I'm sorry, guys. All right, I'm gonna keep reading. I'm gonna try to read just like a page. Actually, that's probably not gonna happen, but let's try. Just I don't know. What's that? One second. I want to write an essay about this. I don't know about what yet. All right, here we go. For a moment, Faramir's restraint gave way. I ought to ask you, my father, to remember why it was that I, not he, was in Ithilien. On one occasion, at least, your counsels had prevailed not long ago. It was the lord of the city that gave the errand to him. Stir not the bitterness in the cup that I mixed for myself, said Denethor. That's a great line. Yeah, you mixed it yourself. Now you got to drink it. Have I not tasted it now in many nights upon my tongue, foreboding that worse yet lay in the dregs, as now indeed I find. Would it were not so. Would that this thing had come to me. Comfort yourself, said Gandalf. In no case would Boromir have brought it to you. Gandalf knows him. Or he knows the ring. He is dead, and died well may he sleep in peace. Yet you deceive yourself. He would have stretched out his hand to this thing, and taking it he would have fallen. He would have kept it for his own. And when he returned, you would not have known your son. So they give that line to Faramir in the movie. Gandalf actually says that. That's interesting. It's interesting that they swap lines. Because Gandalf says a Faramir line before this meeting when he's walking out with Pippin, and he talks about like they made the halls of the kings greater than, or they made the halls of the dead greater than the halls of the living. That was a Faramir line, and now they gave a Faramir line, or they gave a Gandalf line to Faramir in the movie. Interesting. The face of Denethor set hard and cold. You found Boromir less apt to your hand, did you not? He said softly. But I, who was his father, say that he would have brought it to me. You are wise, maybe, Mithrandir. Yet with all your subtleties, you have not all wisdom. Timeout. Correct me if I'm wrong. In the movie, Denethor says this. Yet with all your subtleties, you have not wisdom. Does he say all wisdom? Because that word all makes a significant difference. I think in the movies, he just says wisdom, no? Can someone look that line up? He says, does he say all wisdom in the movie? He does say all wisdom? Maybe I just misunderstood that line for a lot. Wait, they dropped the all? I'm getting mixed signals here. Never seen the movies. He says wisdom? Yet for all your subtlety, you lack wisdom. One second, let me look this up, because actually that line makes a significant difference. Ooh. Yet for all your... You have not... I think he says you have not wisdom. Okay, one second. Let's watch this together. Hold on.
You think you are wise, Mithrandir. Yet for all your subtleties, you have not wisdom.
You have not wisdom. They don't say the word all. That is so significantly different of a line. Crazy. Gosh, we still have so much reading left. This is great. We are going... I am going slow. I'm sorry. This might be our slowest chapter ever. There's just so much to discuss. Yeah, this is what reading Lord of the Rings is supposed to be. Come on. Agreed. I feel like that changes the line so much. I got to write an essay about that. Because him saying, yet with all your subtleties, you have not all wisdom, is true. That's actually a great line from Denethor. But in the movie, that's a terrible line. Because that just makes him mad. Okay, we got to keep reading. Before Taskmaster starts? What time does Taskmaster start? In my book, we're on page 80. I'm on page 81. I have till page 100. Yikes. And we've only gotten through 10 pages. Yikes. Okay, I gotta keep reading. We're only a third of the way through. So this stream's gonna go to like 3. All right, I'm gonna just try to read a page. Councils may be found that are neither the web of wizards nor the haste of fools. I have in this matter more lore and wisdom than you deem. What then is your wisdom, said Gandalf. Enough to perceive that there are two follies to avoid. To use this thing is perilous. At this hour, to send it into the hands of a witless halfling, into the land of the enemy himself, as you have done, and this son of mine, that is madness. I don't like that he says witless halfling, but does he have a point? And the Lord Denethor, what would he have done? Neither. But most surely not for any argument would he have set this thing at a hazard beyond all but a fool's hope, risking our utter ruin, if the enemy should recover what he lost. Nay, it should have been kept, hidden dark and deep, not used, I say, unless at the uttermost end of need, but set beyond his grasp, save by a victory so final that what then befall would not trouble us, being dead. It's he kind of has a point. He kind of has a point. I don't know. You think, as is your want. So I'll say this: in a perfect world, he has a point. He doesn't know the power of the ring. He would take the ring and he would immediately use it, and it would call to Sauron, and he'd probably get overthrown immediately. So he knows ideally what this should look like, but he's dumb because he doesn't know the power of the ring. He underestimates the power of the ring, which, yeah, that is foolish. You think as is your wont, my lord of Gondor only, said Gandalf. Yet there are other men and other lives, and time still to be. And for me, I pity even his slaves. And where will other men look for help if Gondor falls? Answered Denethor. If I had this thing now in the deep vaults of this citadel, we should not then shake with dread under this gloom, fearing the worst, and our counsels would be undisturbed. If you do not trust me to endure the test, you do not know me yet. Would book Denethor endure the test? Maybe an essay there. Like, I'm thinking, like, if Galadriel kind of gave him a test, offered him the ring, would he endure? I would say no. That's my first answer. But I got to think about that more. Yeah, no man would. So ultimately everyone would fail for sure. But I'm curious how long he would last. Yeah, he is kind of like Faramir. But he's more prideful than Faramir, so I think his fall. He's like Faramir, but with the pride of Boromir, but with the greater pride than Boromir. So I think his fall might actually come fast, because the pride is the thing that would kill you. He would last longer than a lot of other people. I kind of agree, but at the same point, pride comes before fall. Nonetheless, I do not trust you, said Gandalf. Had I done so, I could have sent this thing hither to your keeping, and spared myself and others much anguish. And now, hearing you speak, I trust you less, no more than Boromir. Nay, stay your wrath. I do not trust myself in this. and I refuse this thing, even as a freely given gift. You are strong, and can still in some matters govern yourself, Denethor. Yet if you had received this thing, it would have overthrown you. Were it buried beneath the roots of Mindalluin, still it would burn your mind away as the darkness grows. And yet the worst things follow that soon shall come upon us. That's great. That's really perceptive. That's kind of like the answer right there. For a moment, the eyes of Denethor glowed again as he faced Gandalf, and Pippin felt once more the strain between their wills. But now almost it seemed as if their glances were like blades from eye to eye, flickering as they fenced. Pippin trembled, fearing some dreadful stroke. But suddenly Denethor relaxed and grew cold again. He shrugged his shoulders. If you had, he said, such words and ifs are vain. It has gone into the shadow, and only time will show what doom awaits it, and us. The time will not be long. In what is left, let all who fight the enemy in their fashion be at one, and keep hope while they may. And after hope still, the hardihood to die free. He turned to Faramir. What think of you of the garrison at Osgiliath? Uh-oh. It is not strong, said Faramir. I have sent the company of the Thilian to strengthen it, as I have said. Not enough, I deem, said Denethor. It is there that first blow will fall. They will have need of some stout captain there. There and elsewhere in many places, said Faramir, and sighed. Alas for my brother whom I love too. He rose. May I have your leave, father? And then he swayed and leaned upon his father's chair. You are weary, I see, said Denethor. You have ridden fast and far, and under shadows of evil in the air, I am told. Let us not speak of that, said Faramir. Then we will not, said Denethor. Go now and rest as you may. Tomorrow's need will be sterner. He's like, go to Osgiliath. He essentially says, we need a captain at Osgiliath. And Faramir goes, oh, bummer that Boromir's not here. And then they put it off for tomorrow. I know in Denethor's mind, he's like, I'm sending Faramir there. But I guess they just don't know the sheer size of this. And I guess it is good to kind of keep them at bay. Honestly, it is not like an easily defensible location that they're in. I'm curious what. Okay. Yeah, if the stream's freezing, I'm sorry. Also, like the stream. So I would be so curious. Are there videos on like a war strategist or like a commander talking about the battle plans of Middle-earth? Because to me, I don't know much about battle, but it seems like Osgiliath would actually be an easily defensible section of the city. So they're in half of it. The Anduin rolls through it. The Anduin seems like it's a huge river. I know they came, like in the movie, they came during that foggy section, and they came early morning. But they could probably defend that. I mean, if ships come, they could probably set oil to that and burn that. Yeah, I feel like the river would actually be a very good defense line. Guys, I know I'll read and find out, but I like asking these questions, darn it. But I'm not thinking about the movies. It's like a ruined city, but there's a river that runs through it, and they lost half of the city to the enemy, and they're defending the other half of it. Yeah, that's why Boromir destroyed the bridge, because I'm sure it was more easily to defend it for one half. Does defend mean yeah, it doesn't mean reclaiming. So they still have a presence on one half of the city, correct? I don't like that he's going to send Faramir there. But if he really thinks that they can defend this, that is the first place of defense. And hold on, does the map actually give the actual like geography of it? Is it in a plain or is it not? It seems like it's still in a plain. I mean, so that wall. So hold on one second. Everyone, pay attention. Hold on. How do I maximize this? All right, here. If this is Osgiliath, it's still in a plain. There's a place that runs through it. There's a gray wood. I guess this is a bit of a mountain that gives it some cover, but not really. But when they lose this, they can go back by this wall. This is like the wall that goes around Minas Tirith, correct? Yeah, it is very far. What would that be, like a day's journey? That's probably what, like 10 leagues? Because it's 15 leagues from the crossroad to here, to Cirith Ungol. Or no, to Minas Morgul. Is it 15 leagues here? This would be like 30 leagues. I don't know. Defense in depth. You have multiple lines of defense. Yeah. Oh, it's five leagues, not 15. That's right. It was like 15-ish miles because the league is 3 miles, right? So maybe that'd be like 30 miles, not 30 leagues, maybe like 30 miles. Huh. Interesting. All right. I'm going to keep reading. The defense of the city is interesting. Like, I don't hate what Denethor is saying here. I hate what he said before. He essentially is saying, I think, to be honest, my personal read of that is that he wishes Faramir was dead. Or, okay, he wishes Boromir was alive, which is essentially, I think, saying he wishes Faramir was dead. So I don't really think that it's that much better. But I don't think he's doing this in the I don't think he's doing this out of he's just angry at Faramir. I do think he's doing this out of a smart strategy. I don't know. Maybe it's the wrong reading, but I don't know. I don't think guys, I still don't think I'm letting the movies color my opinion that much on this. If I am sitting there and if I'm sitting in front of my dad, I just came back and I said to my dad, "Do you wish then," said Faramir, "that our places had been exchanged?" And my brother had just died. And he says, "Yes, I wish that indeed." I don't think he's necessarily talking about the places being exchanged. Like, I wish that Faramir had gone to Rivendell and Boromir stayed back. His son literally just died, so I think that's the more present thing on his mind. He goes, "Yes, I wish that indeed," said Denethor, "for Boromir was loyal to me and no wizard's pupil." He's almost mad and bitter that Faramir almost likes Mithrandir more than he likes his own father. Like, yeah, it might be like he wishes that... I think more so he's saying that he wishes Boromir was here presently with him because maybe Boromir would do a better job of leading in this army. I don't think that's true. I think Faramir would actually do a better job. But there's a secondary implication, I think, that he doesn't really want Faramir around. It is ambiguous, yeah. I don't think it's wrong to reason backward from that conclusion, though. So maybe this is what I'm saying, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to keep reading because again, we got to keep getting further into this. I think I'm picking up. I'm not picking up. I'm sympathizing more with Faramir in this situation. I'm not really thinking this through the perspective of Denethor. I'm trying to think of what Faramir himself would hear. If I was a son and my dad said that I wish you and Boromir had taken place, I don't care what the intent of what he's saying is there. The impact of what he's saying is essentially that, oh, my dad wishes that I was dead and that Boromir was still alive. So this is like a lesson in intent and impact. Maybe I could write an essay on that. It doesn't matter so much what the meaning of Denethor is actually saying here. Yes, the meaning of what Denethor is saying is, I wish Boromir was still alive and I wish he was helping fight this battle right now. But what he's saying, to be completely honest, I think for what Faramir would hear in this situation, even though Faramir is one of the wisest characters, is, oh shoot, my dad kind of wishes that I wasn't here and I was dead. Not like a primary interpretation, because maybe that's not the right interpretation of that. But I think that's like an implication that Faramir would get from that. And it wouldn't help his confidence at all, I can tell you that. Yes, Boga, Slawa, 100%. That is such a good point. This is why Tolkien's so good, because we can have just like a debate on this kind of thing. And it's fun. There's so many layers to this text, and it makes it so fun. So fun. If a man loves his father, mother, wife, children more than me, he is not worthy of me. Faramir has spiritual loyalty to Gandalf greater than family. Interesting. I don't think he has a confidence problem at all, but that is so fun that all of this is. Honestly, it's a good point. Okay, let's keep reading. Okay, where am I? All now took leave of the lord of the city and went back to rest while they still could. Outside there was a starless blackness as Gandalf, with Pippin beside him bearing a small torch, made his way to their lodging. They did not speak until they were behind closed doors. Then at last Pippin took Gandalf's hand. "Tell me," he said, "is there any hope? For Frodo, I mean, or at least mostly for Frodo." Hold on one second, I gotta write a quick note in my book. Intent. Sorry. Okay, we're good. "Tell me," he said, "is there any hope for Frodo, I mean, or at least mostly for Frodo?" Gandalf put his hand on Pippin's head. "There never was much hope," he answered, "just a fool's hope, as I have been told. And when I heard of Cirith Ungol..." He broke off and strode to the window, as if his eyes could pierce the night in the east. "Cirith Ungol," he muttered. "Why that way, or why that way, I wonder." Interesting. Gandalf wonders why they went that way. That's so cool. He turned. "Just now, Pippin, my heart almost failed me hearing that name." That makes me think that Gandalf knows that there's some deep creeping terror there. So he knows that there's a creeping terror. Maybe he doesn't know that Shelob's there. Why would he be nervous? I love this. We get a note, Promethean Rising, just starting the stream, talking about boysenberry jam. That makes me so happy when people are a little delayed and they all of a sudden he's in the jam conversation that we were in about 3 hours ago. That's so funny to me. So this makes me think so he knows that Ungol means spider, so he knows way to the spider. Maybe not specifically Shelob, but he knows something's there. He turned. "Just now, Pippin, my heart almost failed me hearing that name. And yet, in truth, I believe that the news that Faramir brings has some hope in it. For it seems clear that our enemy has opened his war at last and made the first move while Frodo is still free. So now, for many days, he will have his eye turned this way and that, away from his own land. And yet, Pippin, I feel from afar his haste and fear. He has begun sooner than he would. Something has happened to stir him. Aragorn. Interesting. That's right. I was thinking Pippin touching the Palantir, but that was before. That's why they fled. Aragorn touching this. He senses the fear in him too. That's so cool. That's so cool because Aragorn sensed the same thing, the fear in Sauron. Dang, cool. Gandalf stood for a moment and thought. Maybe, he muttered, maybe even your foolishness helped, my lad. Oh, so Gandalf thinks it's Pippin touching it. Let me see. Some 5 days now ago, he would discover that we had thrown down Saruman and had taken the stone. Still, what of that? We could not use it to much purpose or without his knowing. I wonder, Aragorn? His time draws near, and he is strong and stern underneath Pippin, bold, determined, able to take his own counsel and dare great risks at need. That may be it. He may have used the stone and shown himself to the enemy, challenging him for this very purpose. I wonder. Ooh, this is cool. This is so cool. He actually was afraid of Aragorn. That's sick. I wonder. Well, we shall not know the answer till the riders of Rohan come. Oh, bummer, they're not going to be with the riders of Rohan. If they do not come too late. There are evil days ahead. To sleep while we may. But, said Pippin. But what, said Gandalf. Only one but will I allow tonight. I could write an essay on that one. Only one but will I allow tonight. Gollum, said Pippin. How on earth could they be going about with him? Even following him? And I could see that Faramir did not like the place he was taking them to any more than you do. What is wrong? I cannot answer that now, said Gandalf, yet my heart guessed that Frodo and Gollum would meet before the end, for good or for evil. But of Cirith Ungol I will not speak tonight. Treachery, I fear, treachery of that miserable creature. But so it must be. Let us remember that a traitor may betray himself and do good that he does not intend. It can be so sometimes. Good night. Dang, that's so true. That's a really good line. I gotta make a video about that. Ah, it's freezing. Hold on. I'm not dropping frames. I don't think that's my internet. I think it's all of your guys' internet. I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, just refresh the page. Anytime that happens, just refresh the page. Freezing in mid-September. The idea, the goal of it. All right, I think we're good. Honestly, Sauron's PTSD is kind of great. I'm going to write an essay on that. The next day came with a morning, like a brown dusk, and the hearts of men lifted for a while by the return of Faramir. Sank low again. The winged shadows were not seen again that day. Yet ever and anon, high above the city, a faint cry would come, and many who heard it would stand stricken without passing dread, while the less stout-hearted quailed and wept. And now Faramir was gone again. Huh? They give him no rest, some murmured. The Lord drives his son too hard, and now he must do the duty of two, for himself and for the one that will not return. And ever men looked northward, asking, Where are the riders of Rohan? Did I skip a page? It's just assuming here that Faramir goes out? In truth, Faramir did not go by his own choosing, but the lord of the city was master of his council, and he was in no mood that day to bow to others. Early in the morning the council had been summoned. There all the captains judged that because of the threat in the south, their force was too weak to make any strokes of war on their own part, unless perchance the riders of Rohan yet should come. Meanwhile, they must man the walls and wait. Yet, said Denethor, we should not lightly abandon the outer defenses, the Ramas made with so great labor. And the enemy must pay dearly for the crossing of the river. That he cannot do and forced to assail the city, either north of Cair Andros because of the marshals, or southward toward Lebanon because of the breadth of the river. That needs many boats. It is at Osgiliath that we will put his weight, as before when Boromir denied him that passage. That was but a trial, said Faramir. Today we may make the enemy pay 10 times our loss at that passage, and yet rue the exchange. So Faramir actually kind of agrees with this battle plan. And to be honest, it's a smart battle plan. It's like a delay. It's if they're laying siege to Osgiliath, it's going to let the riders of Rohan potentially get there, have more time to get there. I think this is a good plan. I don't like that Faramir is the one that's sent out, but who else are you going to send? Faramir is like the only one that probably could do this. But I also like this because Faramir is voluntarily choosing to go rather than being sent out, and he wants nothing to do with this. Because in the movies, you can tell he kind of wants nothing to do with this. Well, he does, but he doesn't. Interesting. And Faramir thinks that they could pay him 10 times their losses, which is huge. For he can afford to lose a host better than we to lose a company. Ah, that's actually true. Oh, interesting. I actually misread that. Today we may make the enemy pay 10 times our loss at the passage, and yet rue the exchange. So he's not saying that they're going to rue the exchange. So Faramir actually doesn't think that this is a smart battle plan. He's saying we can go to Osgiliath right now and make them pay 10 times what we would pay, but it would hurt us more. Because he's saying we would rue the exchange. Because they can afford to lose a host better than we can afford to lose a company. Yeah, no plan's going to be perfect. I love that. Tolkien Rants is still on. I'm with you. I kind of don't like Denethor, but this is maybe the best that they can do. But don't send Faramir there. I don't think they can afford to lose Faramir. And the retreat of those that we put out far afield will be perilous if he wins across in force. And what of Cair Andros, said the prince? That too must be held if Osgiliath is defended. Let us not forget the danger on our left. The Rohirrim may come, and they may not, but Faramir has told us of great strength drawing ever to the Black Gate. More than one host may issue from it, and strike for more than one passage. Much must be risked in war, said Denethor. Cair Andros is manned, and no more can be sent so far. But I will not yield the river and the Pelennor unfought. Not if there's a captain here who still has the courage to do his lord's will. I don't like this. Then all were silent. But at length Faramir said, I do not oppose your will, sire, since you are robbed of Boromir. I will go, and do what I can in his stead, if you command it. I do so, said Denethor. Then farewell, said Faramir. But if I should return, think better of me. That depends on the manner of your return, said Denethor. Gandalf it was that last spoke to Faramir ere he rode east. Do not throw your life away rashly or in bitterness, he said. You will be needed here for other things than war. Your father loves you, Faramir, and will remember it ere the end. Farewell. There's another change from book to movie. Maybe I get this wrong. In the movie, I keep comparing the book and the movie because, I just know the movie. Gandalf says, your father loves you, Faramir, and you will remember it before the end. But in the book, he's essentially saying, Denethor loves you, Faramir, and Denethor will remember it before the end. The movies say the same thing as the book there? He will remember it before the end? Okay, so I just watched that the entire time I have watched these movies. So that makes more sense now. Because he's essentially saying, this is so interesting. Because it's like he knows he's a good father deep down there. Or not a good father, but he knows that he's a father and he knows that he loves Faramir deep, deep down in there. But because he's so obsessed with the ring, it's like he's not thinking straight, but at the same time he is thinking straight in some way. Like, this battle plan is kind of good, but it's not. I still side with Gandalf here. I don't know, actually. I don't know what their battle plan should be. They shouldn't just abandon Osgiliath. They should put up a fight there because that'll delay them at least a little bit so that the Riders of Rohan can get there. Huh. I know, I still have 15 pages. This is wild. This is a long chapter. 15 pages. We've been doing this, for 3 hours? How long has this stream been so far? 2 hours, 41 minutes. It's all right. This is fun, guys. So, I'll say this. This is what I'm going to say. I'm going to keep reading. I actually think that Denethor's plan is the right plan. I don't like the manner with which he speaks. Don't be a dick about it. That depends on the manner of your return. What a weenie. What an absolute... That's gross. All right, let's keep reading. So now the Lord Faramir had gone forth again, and had taken with him such strength of men as were willing to go or could be spared. On the wall some gazed through the gloom toward the ruined city, and they wondered what chanced there, for nothing could be seen. And others, as ever, looked north and counted the leagues to Theoden in Rohan. Will he come? Will he remember our old alliance, they said. Yes, he will come, said Gandalf, even if he comes too late, but think. At best the red arrow cannot have reached him more than 2 days ago, and the miles are long from Edoras. It was night again ere news came. A man rode in haste from the fords, saying that a host had issued from Minas Morgul, and was already drawing nigh to Osgiliath. Interesting. So a scout had issued this, or had commanded it, or had given news of this, rather than them seeing that big green thing. It had been joined by the regiments from the south, Haradrim, cruel and tall. And we have learned, said the messenger, that the black captains lead them once again. And the fear of him has passed before him, and the fear of him has passed before him over the river. With those ill-boding words, the third day closed since Pippin came to Minas Tirith. He's only been there for 3 days. That's actually crazy. Dang. Few went to rest, for small hope had any now that even Faramir could hold the fords for long. The next day, though, the darkness had reached its full and grew no deeper. It weighed heavier on men's hearts, and a great dread was on them. Ill news came soon again. The passage of Anduin was won by the enemy. Faramir was retreating to the wall of the Pelennor, rallying his men to the causeway forts, but he was 10 times outnumbered. If he wins back at all across the Pelennor, his enemies will be on his heels, said the messengers. They have paid dear for the crossing, but less dear than we had hoped. The plan has been well laid, but it is now seen that in secret they have long been building floats and barges in great number in East Osgiliath. They swarmed across like beetles, but it is the black captain that defeats us now, or that defeats us. Few will stand and abide even the rumor of his coming. His own folk quail at him, and they would slay themselves at his bidding. Then I am needed there more than here, said Gandalf, and rode off at once. And the glimmer of him faded soon from sight. And all that night Pippin alone and sleepless stood upon the wall and gazed eastward. That's a cool section. Yeah, this him being there feels like a whole month. He's only been there 3 days, but I feel like for him it would probably feel like months. The next day, though the darkness. Hold on, wait. Where was that? The next day, though the darkness had reached its full height and grew no deeper, it weighed heavier on men's hearts. Did I say through? Man, Pippin really is grown up. Yeah. Where's my guy Baragon in all this? All right, we're getting closer to the end. All right. The bells had scarcely rung out again, a mockery in the unlightened dark, when far away he saw fire spring up across the dim spaces where the walls of the Pelennor stood. The watchman cried aloud, and all the men in the city stood to arms. Now ever and anon there was a red flash, and slowly, through the heavy air, dull rumbles could be heard. They have taken the wall, men cried. They are blasting breaches in it. They are coming. Where is Faramir? Cried Baragon in dismay. Say not that he has fallen. It was Gandalf that brought the first tidings. With a handful of horsemen he came in the middle morning, riding as escort to a line of wains. They were filled with wounded men, all that could be saved from the wreck of the causeway forts. At once he went to Denethor. The lord of the city sat now in a high chamber above the hall of the White Tower, with Pippin at his side. And through the dim windows, north and south and east, he bent his dark eyes as if to pierce the shadows of doom that ringed around him. that ringed him round. Most of the north he looked, and would pause at whiles to listen, as if by some ancient art his ears might hear the thunder of hoofs on the plains far away. Is Faramir come? He asked. No, said Gandalf, but he still lived when I left him. Yet he is resolved to stay with the rear guard. What a guy. This is true character right here. Lest the retreat over the Pelennor become a rout. He may, perhaps, hold his men together long enough, but I doubt it. He is pitted against a foe too great. For one has come that I feared. Not the Dark Lord, cried Pippin, forgetting his place in his terror. Denethor laughed bitterly. Nay, not yet, Master Peregrine. He will not come save only to triumph over me when all is won. That's actually an interesting line. That's a really good understanding of Sauron, to be honest. Maybe there's an essay in this about where is Sauron. Sauron is hiding, waiting for everyone else to do his bidding so that he can just come out victorious. This is around the time when Frodo was stung by Shelob. That's true, because the armies are pouring forth. So the armies have already been there. That's true. That's scary. He uses others as his weapons. So do all great lords if they are wise, Master Halfling. Or why should I sit here in my tower and think, and watch, and wait, spending even my sons? For I can still wield a brand. Wait, what does he mean by that last line? I can still wield a brand. Like, is this his command? A brand, okay. So is he saying that he's going to fight? Wait, or why should I sit here in my tower? So he's saying, I can still fight, but I'm a master, so I'm commanding others to fight in my stead. But he's like, I could still fight if I wanted to. I don't like that. I like the Aragorns. I like the Faramirs. Théoden didn't do this in the Battle of Helm's Deep, but he's doing this right now, which is riding out with the rest of his riders. Shattermelon. All right. I'll keep going. He stood up and cast his open long black cloak, and behold, he was clad in mail beneath, and girt with a long sword, great hilted in a sheath of black and silver. Thus have I walked, and thus now for many years have I slept, he said, lest with age the body should grow soft and timid. Yet now under the Lord of Barad-dûr, the most fell of all his captains is already master of your outer wall, said Gandalf. King of Angmar long ago, sorcerer, ringwraith, Lord of the Nazgul, a spear of terror in the hand of Sauron, shadow of despair. Then, Mithrandir, you had a foe to match you, said Denethor. For myself, I have long known who is the chief captain of the hosts of the Dark Tower. Is this all that you have returned to say? Or can it be that you have withdrawn because you are overmatched? He's so petty. He's like, even when they're surrounded, he still like wants to win a battle of the wits with Gandalf. I'm like, put aside your pride, dude. Maybe he is putting aside his pride by actually wearing armor and he's about to fight. Hate long held is hard to let go. He's just petty and like prideful. I just don't love him all that much. Pippin trembled, fearing that Gandalf would be stung to sudden wrath, but his fear was needless. It might be so, Gandalf answered softly. That's like the right response. It's just a soft response to quell wrath and anger. It might be so, answered Gandalf softly. But our trial of strength is not yet come. And if words spoken of old be true, not by the hand of man shall he fall. And hidden from the wise is the doom that awaits him. However that may be, the captain of despair does not press forward yet. Who's the captain of despair? Is the captain of despair Sauron or the Witch King? Or is he literally just talking despair? The Witch King? Okay. The captain of despair. That'd be a pretty dope name, to be honest. If I was evil, I would not mind having the captain of despair. That's actually kind of sweet. However that may be, the captain of despair does not press forward yet. He rules rather according to the wisdom that you have just spoken, from the rear, driving his slaves in madness on before. Nay, I came rather to guard the hurt men that yet can be healed. For the Ramas is breached far and wide, and soon the host of Morgul will enter in at many points. And I came chiefly to say this. Soon there will be battle on the fields. A sortie must be made ready. Let it be of mounted men. In them lies our brief hope. For in one thing only is the enemy still poorly provided. He has few horsemen. Because Rohan wasn't giving them horsemen, like the rumors in the Council of Elrond said. Go, Rohan. And we also have few. Now would the coming of Rohan be in the nick of time, said Denethor. We are likely to see other newcomers first, said Gandalf. Fugitives from Caer Andros have already reached us. The Isle has fallen. Another army has come from the Black Gate, crossing from northeast. Oh, this is the Harad? The Haradrim? Captain of this tomato. Captain of Despair really does sound like a Pilgrim's Progress character, to be honest. Easterlings. The rune? Huh. Interesting. Some have accused you, Mithrandir, of delighting to bear ill news, said Denethor. But to me this is no longer news. It was well known to me ere nightfall yesterday. As for the sortie, I have already given thought to it. Let us go down. Is he going to go fight? Time passed. At length, watchers on the wall could see the retreat of the out companies. Small bands of weary and often wounded men came first with little order. Some were running wildly as if pursued. Away to the eastward, the distant fires flickered, and now it seemed that here and there they crept across the plain. Houses and barns were burning. Then, from many points, little rivers of red flame came hurrying on, winding through the gloom, converging toward the line of the broad road that led from the city gate to Osgiliath. The enemy, men murmured. The dike is down. Here they come pouring through the breaches, and they carry torches, it seems. Where are our own folk? It drew now to the evening by the hour, and the light was so dim that even the far-sighted men of the citadel could discern little clearly out upon the fields, save only the burning that ever multiplied, and the lines of fire that grew in length and speed. At last, less than a mile from the city, the more ordered mass of men came into view, marching, not running, still holding together. The watchers held their breath, Faramir must be there, they said. He can govern man and beast. He will make it yet. Are they going to kind of like deceive me a little bit? And is Faramir going to get hurt here? Yeah, it's an organized retreat. Now the main retreat, scarcely 2 furlongs distant. Out of the gloom behind a small company of horsemen, galloped all that was left of the rear guard. Once again they turned at bay, facing the oncoming lines of fire. Then suddenly there was a tumult of fierce cries. Horsemen of the enemy swept up. The lines of fire became flowing torrents, file upon file of orcs bearing flames. The wild Southron men with red banners, shouting with harsh tongues, surging up, overtaking the retreat. And with a piercing cry out of the dim sky fell winged shadows. The Nazgul stooping to kill. The retreat became a rout. Already men were breaking away, flying wild and witless here and there, flinging away their weapons, crying out in fear, falling to the ground. And then a trumpet rang from the citadel. And Denethor at last released the sortie. Oh, interesting. Drawn up within the shadow of the gate, and under the looming walls outside they had waited for his signal. All the mounted men that were left in the city, now they sprang forward, formed, quickened to a gallop, and charged with a great shout. And from the walls an answering shout went up. For foremost on the field rode the Swan Knights of Dol Amroth with their prince and his blue banner at their head. Oh, is this Imrahil? That's kind of sweet. The Swan Knights? I mean, swans are actually kind of fierce. But I don't know if I would want to be called a Swan Knight. So this is the best cavalry that Gondor has. Interesting. They've got a swan ship as an emblem. That's actually kind of cool. Half human, half swan. They have the wings of swans. This is kind of sweet. These are like heavy horsemen, like knights. The Knights of Dol Amroth with their prince and his blue banner at their head. Amroth for Gondor, they cried. Amroth to Faramir. Like thunder, they broke upon the enemy on either flank of the retreat. But one rider outran them all. Swift as the wind in the grass, Shadowfax bore him, shining, unveiled. I love that it's unveiled. Unveiled once more. A light starting from his upraised hand. The Nazgul screeched and swept away, for their captain was not yet come to challenge the white fire of his foe. Interesting. The host of Morgul, intent on their prey, taken at unawares in wild career, broke, scattering like sparks in a gale. The outcompanies with a great cheer turned and smote their pursuers. Hunters became the hunted. The retreat became an onslaught. The field was strewn with stricken orcs and men. And a reek arose of torches cast away, sputtering out in a swirling smoke. The cavalry rode on. Dang. Imrahil. That's a sweet section. Imrahil and The Swan Knights. I'm not even joking. If I were to ever have a band, my band name would be Emerheel and the Swan Knights. How cool of a band name would that be? Emerheel and the Swan Knights just sounds like a sweet band. The Beatles. Yeah, Denethor's timing for the sortie is actually kind of smart. And this is the next thing that it says too. The Nazgul, no. But Denethor did not permit them to go far, which is kind of wise. Though the enemy was checked and for the moment driven back, great forces were flowing in from the east. Again, the trumpet rang, sounding the retreat. The cavalry of Gondor halted. Behind their screen, the outcompanies reformed. Now steadily they came marching back. They reached the gate of the city and entered, stepping proudly. And proudly, the people of the city looked on them and cried their praise. And that they were troubled in heart, for the companies were grievously reduced. Faramir had lost a third of his men. And where was he? Last of all, he came. Okay, we're good. His men passed in. The mounted knights returned. And at their rear, the banner of Dol Amroth. And the prince. And in his arms before him on his horse, he bore the body of his kinsman. No. Faramir, son of Denethor, found upon the stricken field. Faramir, Faramir, men cried, weeping in the streets. But he did not answer. And they bore him away up the winding road to the citadel and his father. Even as the Nazgul had swerved aside from the onset of the White Rider, there came flying a deadly dart, and Faramir, as he held at bay the mounted champion of Harad, had fallen to the earth. Only the charge of Dol Amroth had saved him from the red Southland swords that would have hewed him as he lay. So, he's a good uncle here. Yeah, a dart is a crossbow. Shadowfax is a band from Chicago. That's actually great. The captain of the Harad, or the champion of Harad, I'm guessing that's the king of the Higher Dream. And Faramir is going toe to toe with him. A champion, not the champion. Okay, interesting. There came held at bay a mounted champion of Harad, fallen to the earth. As he held at bay a mounted champion. Okay. Oh, man. Only the charge of Dol Amroth saved him. So, this is crazy. When you're reading this for the first time, you probably assume that he's dead. The Prince Emerhil brought Faramir to the White Tower, and he said, "Your son has returned, Lord, after great deeds." And he told all that he has seen. But Denethor rose and looked on his fate and the face of his son and was silent. Then he bade them make a bed in the chamber and lay Faramir upon it and depart. But he himself went up alone in the secret room under the summit of the tower. And many who looked up thither at that time saw a pale light that gleamed and flickered from the narrow windows for a while, and then flashed and went out. And when Denethor descended again, he went to Faramir and sat beside him without speaking. But the face of the Lord was gray, more death-like than his son's. He's dead. The movie's changed it. If Faramir is actually dead, I am deleting this channel. This is actually kind of funny in like a modern understanding of this. It's like Denethor just goes up. You could see like the light of his TV screen on up there. And then he comes back down depressed. It's like he just watched a sad movie and was crying. But I'm guessing he was using the Palantir here. If Faramir's dead, guys, I'm going to be so bummed. I can't even read what you guys say anymore. I will take to the streets. All right, about 5 more pages. Well, 10, but 5. So now, at last, the city was besieged, enclosing in a ring of foes. The Ramus was broken, and all Pelennor abandoned to the enemy. The last word to come from outside the walls was brought by men flying down the northward road ere the gate was shut. They were the remnant of the guard that was kept at the point where the way from Anorian and Rohan ran into the townlands. Ingold led them, the same who admitted Gandalf and Pippin less than 5 days before, while the sun still rose and there was hope in the morning. There is no news of the Rohirrim, he said. Rohan will not come now. Or if they come, it will not avail us. The new host that we had... Hold on. So something that I'm actually kind of... Yeah, Denethor just went and doom scrolled for a little bit. That's actually hilarious. So something that I'm actually concerned about right now is this. Everyone, join me on a little journey. So, they have breached this wall, and they are pouring in from this direction. They are kind of pouring in from this direction, but much more from this direction. And how is Rohan going to get in here? They have a bunch of horses. If the people from Minas Morgul control this now, wouldn't they be able to control who goes in and out of this? I know that's a read and find out, guys. I am just saying. This is a question that has come up in my head. I know that you can't answer this question because it's probably later on, but I'm just letting you know everything that's going on in my head right now. I'm just letting you know what is going on in my head. I love you guys. This is great. I'm not going to make an essay about that, but tomorrow's essay, if anybody gives me any spoilers for tomorrow's essay, I will burn you with Denethor on that little fire pit thing. And I'll throw you from the top of the the watch of the White Tower. Anyway, so now at last the city was besieged, enclosed in a ring of foes. Did I read that? Oh no, I just read that. Sorry. The gate was shut. All watchmen on the walls heard the rumor of the enemy that roamed outside, burning field and tree and hewing any man that they found abroad, living or dead. The numbers that had already passed over the river could not be guessed in the darkness. But when morning or its dim shadow stole over the plain, it was seen that even fear by night had scarcely overcounted them. The plain was dark with their marching companies, and as far as eyes could strain in the murk, there sprouted like foul fungus growth all about the beleaguered city great camps of tents, black or somber red. He's got good branding. They're all using black or somber red ones. 6,000 eagles. The eagles just take one horse in each little talon and they just drop them over the walls. Oh, I did forget it. Hold on. Thank you. No news of the Rohirrim, he said. Rohan will come now. Or if they come, it will not avail us. The new host that we had tidings of has come first. The new host that we had tidings of has come first from over the river by way of Andros, it is said. They are strong. Battalions of orcs of the eye, and countless companies of men of a new sort that we have not met before. Not tall, but broad and grim, bearded like dwarves, wielding great axes. Out of some savage land in the wide east, they come, we deem. They hold a northward road, and many have passed into Anorian, and many have passed on into Anorian. The Rohirrim cannot come. Yeah, is this the Hun? This is the Hun dynasty right here? Who are these people? Where are they from? Men of a new sort that we have not met before. Not tall, but broad and grim. Bearded like dwarves? Wielding great axes? Are these actually dwarves? Out of some savage land in the wide east they come, we deem. So they're from the wide east. You know what one of my first thoughts are? Okay, so they're not dwarves, but one of my first thoughts was, let's get down to business. One of my first thoughts was the potential that when Sauron was sending emissaries up to the Iron Hills, that he actually was able to get some dwarves. But if they're not dwarves, then I'm fine with that. That would suck if dwarves ever fight with Sauron. Oof, I would be furious. It's my people. Could be the Slavs, could be the Huns. Yeah. Well done getting me saying. Honestly, I kind of want to reread the whole first book and sing all the songs. We'll have a sing-along as I read that, because that is literally like a sing-along. Okay, so there's black and somber red tents. Busy as ants, hurrying orcs were digging lines of deep trenches in a huge ring. You know what I'm thinking now? This is from Game of Thrones, but when Stannis Baratheon's army comes and they are trying to defeat, or they're trying to take over Winterfell, and then Roose Bolton overtakes them with like a horde of people right before they're about to dig trenches. I'm like, go. Go right now. Bring out the Swan Riders and start killing them as they're digging trenches. And as the trenches were made, each was filled with fire. Okay, I guess that's, you can't do that. Though how it was kindled or fed by art or devilry, none could see. All day the labor went forward, while the men of Minas Tirith looked on, unable to hinder it. And as each length of the trench was complete, they could see great wains approaching. And soon, yet more companies of the enemy were swiftly setting up, each behind the cover of a trench. Great engines for the casting of missiles. What do they have? Catapults? Trebuchets? There were none upon the city walls large enough to reach so far or to stay the work. At first, men laughed and did not greatly fear such devices. Oh, that's foolish. For the main wall of the city was of great height and marvelous thickness, built ere The power and craft of Numenor waned in exile. And its outward face was like the tower of Orthanc, hard and dark and smooth, unconquerable by steel or fire, unbreakable except by some convulsion that would rend the very earth on which it stood. Nay, they said, not if the Nameless One himself should come, not even if he could enter here while we yet live. But some answered, while we yet live, how long? He has a weapon that has brought low many strong places since the world began. Hunger. The roads are cut. Rohan will not come. Dang. Stannis, the one true king, the would-be king. No, Stannis wasn't the annoying blonde kid king. That was Joffrey. Joffrey was the worst. But the engines did not waste shot in the indomitable wall. It was no brigand or orc chieftain that ordered the assault upon the Lord of Mordor's greatest foe. A power and kind of malice guided it. As soon as the great catapults were set with many yells and creaking of rope and winch, they began to throw missiles marvelously high, so that they passed right above the battlements and fell thudding within the first circle of the city. And many of them, by some secret art, burst into flame as they came toppling down. Ooh, they're just setting the city on fire from the inside. That's good strategy. Soon there was a great peril of fire behind the wall, and all who could be spared were busy quelling the flames that sprang up in many places. Then among the greater casts there fell another hail, less ruinous but more horrible. All about the streets and lanes behind the gate it tumbled down, small round shots that did not burn. But when men ran to learn what it might be, they cried aloud, or wept. For the enemy was flinging into the city all the heads of those who had fallen fighting at Osgiliath, or on the Ramas, or in the fields. They were grim to look at. Dang. For though some were crushed and shapeless, and some had been cruelly hewn, yet many had features that could be told, and it seemed that they had died in pain, and all were branded with the foul token of the lidless eye. But marred and dishonored as they were, it often chanced that thus a man would see again the face of someone that he had known, who had walked proudly once in arms, or tilled the field, or ridden upon a holiday from the green vales in the hills. In vain, men shook their fists at the pitiless foes that swarmed before the gates. Curses they heeded not, nor understood the tongues of Western men, crying with harsh voices like beasts and carrion birds. But soon there were few left in Minas Tirith who had the heart to stand up and defy the hosts of Mordor. For yet another weapon, swifter and huger, the Lord of the Dark Tower had. Dread and despair. Dread and despair as greater weapons than catapulting people's heads into the city, which I guess causes dread and despair. Dang. The Nazgul came again, and as their dark lord now grew and put forth his strength, so their voices, which uttered only his will and his malice, were filled with evil and horror. Ever they circled above the city, like vultures that expected their fill of doomed men's flesh. Out of sight and shot they flew, and yet were ever present, and their deadly voices rent the air. More unbearable they became, not less. At each new cry, more unbearable they became, not less at each new cry. At length, even the stout-hearted would fling themselves to the ground as hidden menace as the hidden menace passed over them, or they would stand, letting their weapons fall from nerveless hands, while into their minds a blackness came, and they thought no more of war, but only of hiding, and of crawling, and of death. During all this black day, Faramir lay upon his bed in the chamber of the White Tower, wandering in a desperate fever. Okay, so we know he's alive. Whew. You guys are the worst. Dying, someone said, and soon dying. All men were saying upon the wall in the streets, walls and in the streets. And by him his father sat and said nothing, but watched, and gave no longer any heed to the defense. No hour so dark had Pippin known, not even in the clutches of the Uruk-hai. It was his duty to wait upon the Lord, and he did, and wait he did, forgotten it seemed, standing by the door of the unlit chamber, mastering his own fear as best he could. And as he watched, it seemed to him that Denethor grew old before his eyes, as if something had snapped in his proud will, and his stern mind was overthrown. Is this where he goes mad? Grief maybe had wrought it, and remorse. He saw tears on that once tearless face, more unbearable than wrath. This is interesting. Yeah, Pippin is in a terrible situation right now. And I know this is a read and find out moment, but I just want to say, I think it would be incredible writing if Denethor goes mad at this moment. Because it makes him even more complex of a character. And he's already one of the most complex and annoying characters in the book. But it would make him even more complex and more annoying. Because if he goes mad because he truly does love his son, I don't know. That's interesting. I got to think about that line. Yeah, it's like he's going mad with regret right here. It is such good writing. Because you don't necessarily know why he's going mad quite yet. I need to digest this whole line for a few days before I write an essay on that one. But I'm going to write down that I want to write an essay on that. Denethor's grief and madness. All right. Madness? Question mark. Because I don't know if he goes mad yet. It kind of seems like the initial feelings of madness, but I don't know if he's going to go mad yet. Do not weep, Lord, he stammered. Perhaps he will get well. Have you asked Gandalf? Oh, that was Pippin. That was not the thing to say. Don't talk about Gandalf here. Comfort me not with wizards, said Denethor. The fool's hope has failed. The enemy has found it. And now his power waxes. He sees our very thoughts, and all we do is ruinous. I sent my son forth, unthanked, unblessed, out into needless peril. And here he lies with poison in his veins. Nay, nay. Whatever may now betide in war, my line too is ending. Even the house of the stewards has failed. Mean folk shall rule the last remnant of the kings of men, lurking in the hills until all are hounded out. Well, I mean, Denethor seems like a mean folk to me too, but I know what he means. Men came to the door crying for the lord of the city. Nay, I will not come down, he said. I must stay beside my son. He might still speak before the end, but that is near. Follow whom you will, even the gray fool. Though his hope has failed, here I stay. So he's actually going mad. Yeah, it's honestly a great point. He's like more worried about his line ending than his actual son. You know what I wish we had? Maybe I'll write an essay about this. I want to write this down. It's one of my favorite scenes in the film. But um the legitimate ending, or the legitimate grief that Theoden feels in the movies when he visits the grave of his son. I would love a snapshot into that because we didn't get that in the book, right? Maybe we'll get that. Mean isn't smaller or lesser, not Nasser. Cool. Okay, that's good enough. Oh, he's definitely feeling legitimate grief. I fully agree with that. I definitely agree with that. But again, I think that's going to be interesting whenever I do get more information about them, just to compare Denethor and Theoden a bit more. Because like there's okay, grief is grief. So you're not necessarily in your right mind when you're encountering grief. And not that you have to say all the right things when you're dealing with grief, but there are, like in hindsight, there are things that you can say that are good, and there are things that you can say that you know that a father was treating you as like someone to vicariously live through. And not that he's trying to vicariously live through him here, but like the thing that is on his mind right now is, yes, his son, obviously, because his son is almost on the verge of death, but it's also on his line. Like, I keep comparing this. If we got a snapshot into Theoden in the book and his son's death, I don't think he would be really that concerned about the line. I think Theoden's grief would be weirdly similar to the movies. That's one of my favorite scenes in the movie. Denethor are set up as contrast through the eyes of Pippin and Merry. Yeah, I'll definitely reread this. I always do like a second read through off stream, just to kind of gather all my thoughts on things. Where's some guy's comments? Hold on. Let me find some guy's comments. The thing about his line is that all his pushing of Faramir was for nothing. His grief is mistreated. His grief is that he mistreated Faramir and that all was in vain. Yeah. Honestly, I think that's a really good point. Like, I definitely 100% think that he is grieving his son for how he mistreated him. I think this is what Gandalf was saying. This is why there's like almost like a prophecy in what Gandalf was saying. And he will come to know, or he will like remember that he loves you before the end. And I think this is that moment that Denethor is actually recognizing that he loved his son, that he mistreated him, that he regretted it. But at the same point, one of the primary points of his grief is the line. I think it's a combination of the two. I don't think it's either of them. And that's why I think Tolkien is such a good writer, because he does put a combination of this in there. Because Denethor is a much more complicated man, I think, than Theoden. And so his grief is 100% for his son, but it's also 100% for the ending of Gondor, which is, he's right to grieve that too. That's a sad thing, or what he thinks is the ending of Gondor. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, for sure. But at the same point, it just shows where your priorities are a little bit more. It is interesting, yeah. The Denethor being wise versus not wise. Ruben, what's up? Ruben, we are at when Denethor is besieged with grief and is kind of going mad because he's sitting by his son. So this is grief too. And again, I think you excuse people in grief because they say crazy things and they do crazy things because they're grieving. And I think Tolkien writes grief exceptionally well. Maybe I got to write an essay about how Tolkien writes grief really well, or writes a character going through grief. Because to be honest, Denethor might be. I know we have Théoden a little bit going through grief, but Denethor might be really not the only character that goes through grief, because they all see Gandalf pass, and they see Boromir pass too. But those scenes are great with how these characters are dealing with grief at the same point. But Denethor maybe has lost the most in this whole entire fight right now. But this one section, it's like still he's sad, but he's also going mad. Men came to the door crying for the Lord of the city. Nay, I will not come down, he said. I must stay beside my son. That's beautiful. He might still speak before the end. Again, that is beautiful, but that is near. And he goes, follow whomever you will, even the gray fool. He's still throwing digs in at Gandalf, even when he's grieving his son's death. I guess that's just grief, though. Like, sometimes you just do irrational things. Yeah, yeah, Diane, I'm kind of with you. Yeah, off stage, he was chilling with the Gibby, what's up? We've been going slow through this chapter. It is a slow burn. 3.5 hours. But I had time today, so I'm like, why not? Yeah, grief is a kind of madness. Oakleaf, that's the essay title. Grief is a kind of madness. Wow, that's actually kind of brilliant. Oakleaf, you should write an essay on that. It's like a multifaceted section right here. I don't know. It's tough too, because like you want him to grieve, but there is a time to mourn, and it's weird. Denethor is. I'll say this. This is the last thing I'll say before I keep reading. Denethor is just put in a strange position, because there is a time to mourn and a time to fight, and he's put on the precipice of both. So he's given a decision, and his decision is the right one. I'll say this too. His decision either shows one of two things. I think it shows both. He's throwing up his hands and going, whatever happens, happens. I don't care anymore. But his decision also to grieve over his son rather than go command in battle shows, does he actually love his son? And is he actually recognizing that at this moment? Could be a little of both. But I know he definitely loves his son, but he doesn't really realize he loves his son, because I think his mind is getting addled. And that Gandalf line that your father loves you and he will see that before the end. It's like, yes, Denethor loves Faramir, but he's getting lost in something right now. And he's going to recognize that he loves Faramir before the end, which is at this moment. I think this is kind of the moment that Denethor realizes that he actually does love Faramir. But I would say that, yes, he loves him before, obviously because he's a father, but he's confused and he's not acting in a loving way toward him. I was going to say something that I think would inflame a lot of chat and get a lot of people angry, but I'm not going to say that. I think he thought that Boromir might have returned to him with Isildur's bane. Then he died, and Denethor sent him out. And Faramir had the ring, but it didn't bring it to him. Yeah. All right, you guys want to? I'll make you guys a little bit angry. I'm gonna tease you guys a little bit. The idea of I gotta find the right words to say this. The idea of what Denethor is doing here is sometimes what an abuser does. When they say they are doing, it's when when your words don't match up with your actions. Right now he's grieving and he's like, "Oh, Faramir is dead. This is so sad. This is awful. This is terrible." But before that, his words weren't matching up. Faramir goes, I'll go and rescue Osgiliath, and if I do, please think better of me, Father. And then Denethor says, "Oh, that's going to depend on the manner of your return." That's not cool. But if he's going and looking at this Palantir, that explains the majority of it. That is taking away his purity, and not necessarily his innocence, but that is taking away like his sanity. So he might be a great father, but he's using and abusing this too much. It's like an addiction that he has of looking into the Palantir. And this addiction is sucking the life out of him. It's like a secondary addiction. It's like almost like, it's like secondhand smoke or something like that. It's not the addiction to the ring. It's the addiction to like battling with the mind of Sauron. And he's going to lose this, but he has such an addiction to this that he cannot let it rest. And so it's consuming every one of his things. Yeah, I gotta keep reading. Sorry, guys. I'll let you guys chat about that. I don't know what I think about that yet. I'm just giving you unprocessed thoughts. So he's an interesting character. So it was that Gandalf took command of the last defense of the city of Gondor. Wherever he came, men's hearts would lift again, and the winged shadows pass from memory. Tirelessly he rode from citadel to gate, from north to south about the wall, and with him went the prince of Dol Amroth in his shining mail. For he and his knights still held themselves like lords in whom the race of Numenor ran true. Dang, that's kind of cool. Men that saw them whispered, saying, "Belike the old tale speak well. There is elvish blood in the veins of that folk. For the people of Nimrydel dwelt in that land once long ago." Nimrydel. Where have I heard Nimrydel before? River and Lorien. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Nimrydel dwelt in the land once long ago. Okay. Thank you. And then one would sing amid the gloom of some staves of the lay of Nimrydel, or other songs of the Vale of Anduin, out of the vanished years. And yet when they had gone, the shadows closed on men again, and their hearts went cold, and the valor of Gondor withered into ash. And so slowly they passed out of a dim day of fears into the darkness of a desperate night. Fires now raged unchecked in the first circle of the city. And the garrison upon the outer walls was already in many places cut off from retreat, but the faithful who remained there at their posts were few. Most had fled beyond the second gate. Far behind the battle, the river had been swiftly bridged, and all day more force of gear of war had poured across. Now at last, in the middle night, the assault was loosed. The vanguard passed through the trenches of the fire, by many devious paths that had been left between them. On they came, reckless of their loss as they approached, still bunched and herded with the range of bowmen on the wall, within the range of bowmen on the wall. But indeed, there were too few now left to do any great damage, though the light of fire showed up many a mark for the archers of such skill as Gondor once had boasted. Then, perceiving that the valor of the city was already beaten down, the hidden captain put forth his strength. Slowly, the great siege towers built in Osgiliath rolled forward through the dark. Messengers came again into the chamber in the White Tower, and Pippin let them enter, for they were urgent. Denethor turned his head slowly from Faramir's face and looked at them silently. The first circle of the city is burning, Lord, they said. What are your commands? You are still Lord and Steward. Not all will follow Mithrandir. Men are flying from the walls and leaving them unmanned. Why? Why do the fools fly? Said Denethor. Better to burn sooner than later. For burn we must. Go back to your bonfire, and I will go to my pyre. To my pyre? No tomb for Denethor and Faramir. I was so hoping that this wasn't going to happen. No tomb. No long, slow sleep of death embalmed. We will burn like heathen kings, before ever a ship sailed hither from the west. The west has failed. Go back and burn. Yeah, this is the madness. Ruh-roh. That's the greatest comment ever. Ruh-roh. Dang. This is freaking annoying. The messengers without bow or answer turned and fled. Now Denethor stood up and released the fevered hand of Faramir that he had held. He is burning, already burning, he said, sadly. The house of his spirit crumbles. Then stepping softly toward Pippin, he looked down at him. Farewell, he said. Farewell, Peregrine, son of Paladin. Your service has been short, and now it is drawing to an end. Okay, just the comparison with Denethor and with Théoden just keeps popping up. Théoden is releasing Merry to save Merry, to attempt to save Merry. Denethor is releasing Pippin in the worst possible situation to release him. Your service has been short and is now drawing to an end. I release you from the little that remains. Go now and die in what way seems best to you, and with whom you will. Even that friend whose folly brought you to his death. Send for my servants and then go. Farewell. I will not say farewell, my lord, said Pippin, kneeling. And then suddenly, hobbit-like once more, he stood up and looked the old man in the eye. I will take your leave, sir, he said, for I want to see Gandalf very much indeed, but he is no fool, and I will not think of dying until he despairs of life. For from my word and your service, I do not wish to be released while you live. And if they come at last to the citadel, I hope to be here and stand beside you and earn perhaps the arms that you have given me. Pippin's so great. Do as you will, Master Halfling, said Denethor, but my life is broken. Send for my servants. He turned back to Faramir. Come on, why couldn't they just put this? This would have been 2 minutes of Pippin standing up to Denethor in the movies. Why didn't they put that in there? This is so glorious. This is such a good moment for Pippin, and they robbed me of this. Peter. Pippin left him and called for the servants, and they came, 6 men of the household, strong and fair. Yet they trembled at the summons. But in a quiet voice, Denethor bade them lay warm coverlets on Faramir's bed and take it up. And they did so, and lifting up the bed, they bore it from the chamber. Slowly they paced to trouble the fevered man, as little as might be. And Denethor, now bending on a staff, followed them. And last came Pippin. Out from the white tower they walked, as if to a funeral, out into the darkness, where the overhanging cloud was lit beneath with flickers of dull red. Softly they paced the great courtyard, and at a word from Denethor halted beside the withered tree. All was silent, save for the rumor of war in the city down below, and they heard the water dripping sadly from the dead branches into the dark pool. Then they went on through the citadel gate, where the sentinel stared at them in wonder and dismay as they passed by. Turning westward, they came at length to the door in the rearward wall of the 6th circle. Fenhallen it was called, for it was kept ever shut save at times of funeral, and only the lord of the city might use that way, or those who bore the token of the tombs and tended the houses of the dead. Beyond it went a winding road that descended into many curves down to the narrow land under the shadow of Mendaluin's precipice, where stood the mansions of the dead kings and of their stewards. A porter sat in a little house beside the way, and with fear in his eyes he came forth, bearing a lantern in his hand. At the Lord's command he unlocked the door and silently it swung back, and they passed through. Taking the lantern from his hand, it was dark on the climbing road between ancient walls and many pillared balusters looming in the swaying lantern beam. Their slow feet echoed as they walked down, until at last they came to the silent street, Rathdinen, between pale domes and empty halls and images of men long dead. And they entered into the house of stewards and set down their burden. There Pippin, staring uneasily about, saw that he was in a wide vaulted chamber, draped as it were with the great shadows that the little lantern threw upon its shrouded walls. And dimly to be seen were many rows of tables, carved of marble, and upon each table lay a sleeping form, hands folded, head pillowed upon stone. But one table near at hand stood broad and bare. Upon it, a sign from Denethor, they laid Faramir and his father side by side, and covered them with one covering, and stood then with bowed heads as mourners beside a bed of death. Then Denethor spoke in a low voice. What? Wait, why did my camera just might have died? Give me 1 second, everyone. Hold on. My camera just died. Is it working? There we go, we're back. My camera is overheating, so it might keep doing that. But we only have there's 2 pages. It's like 2 more hours left in the chapter of reading. Yeah, we have like 2 pages left. So hopefully I have a plug-in battery, so it's just like overheating my camera. Dang. Okay, I'd say the Council of Elrond on screen as the book would be unwatchable. Agreed. But the Council of Elrond with a bunch of flashbacks and like scenes of what they were doing would be sick. I would love that. But that's why this needs to be turned into a series. They need to be economical, I guess, with a movie. They already made the movies 4 hours. So this probably should have been a series. There's no way that you can read these books and say, this can all be synthesized in 3 movies. And I think the movies are still fantastic. I think the movies are incredible. And I will stand on that funeral pyre till the day that I die. All right, let me keep reading. Here we will wait, he said, but send not for the embalmers. Bring us wood, quick to burn. Lord of the Rings has no remakes. Oh, the cliffhangers would be so good from chapter to chapter. Bring us wood quick to burn, and lay it about us and beneath, and pour oil upon it. And when I bid you thrust in a torch, do this and speak no more to me. Farewell. By your leave. Oh, so he's actually commanding Pippin to do this? By your leave, Lord, said Pippin, and turned and fled in terror from this deathly house. Poor Faramir, he thought. I must find Gandalf. Poor Faramir. Quite likely he needs medicine more than tears. Oh, where can I find Gandalf? That's an interesting line. So again, I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to just mention this. Give me a minute. And I'm going to keep reading because I want to finish this chapter because my camera might literally burst into flames. Pippin's line right there, he needs medicine more than tears, is Denethor's shortcomings as a father. That he comes back, and yes, the city is besieged, and they're probably going to die, and Denethor is despairing. But at the same point, he's not giving his son what he needs. He's feeding his own desires of mourning. It's like, this is a Faramir line that's interesting, that they build halls greater for the dead than the living. He almost idolizes death and mourning. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, he does believe that it's over, so it's like he almost, I don't know. I'm going to keep reading. You guys can debate that in the comments. Yeah, Faramir is dying, but he still needs medicine. If someone's clinging onto life in our society today, you still administer medicine to them. Unless they've been on hospice for a while and like they request to be taken off of it or something, you know? Anyway, I'm going to keep reading. You guys debate that as you see fit. Oh, where can I find Gandalf? In the thick of things, I suppose. And he will have no time to spare for dying men or madmen. Pippin knows he might be a madman. At the door, he turned to one of the servants who had remained there on guard. Your master is not himself. That's a great line, too. Your master is not himself. He's actually kind of going mad here. Pippin actually kind of recognizes that Denethor's... I don't know the word for it. I'm just going to say not in his right mind. He said, go slow. Bring no fires to this place while Faramir lives. Do nothing until Gandalf comes. Pippin is commanding the city right now. Make Pippin the king of this city. Who is the master of Minas Tirith? The man answered. The Lord Denethor or the Grey Wanderer? The Grey Wanderer or no one, it would seem, said Pippin. And he sped back up the winding way as swiftly as his feet would carry him, past the astonished porter, out through the door and on, till he came near the gate of the citadel. The sentinel hailed him as he went by, and he recognized the voice of Beregond. Oh, Beregond! Love this. My boy Beregond. Whither do you run, Master Peregrine? He cried. To find Mithrandir, Pippin answered. The Lord's errands are urgent and should not be hindered by me, said Beregond. But tell me quickly, if you may, what goes forward? Whither has my lord gone? I have just come on duty, but I have heard that he passed toward the closed door, and men were bearing Faramir before him. Yes, said Pippin, to the silent street. Baragon bowed his head to hide his tears. They say that he was dying, he sighed, and now he is dead. No, said Pippin, not yet. And even now his death might be prevented, I think. But the lord of the city, Baragon, has fallen before his city is taken. He is fey and dangerous. Ooh. Huh. Pippin in. Sure. Sorry, I'm writing other essay ideas. Fey and dangerous. Quickly he told of Denethor's strange words indeed. I must find Gandalf at once. Then you must go down to the battle. I know the Lord has given me leave, but Baragon, if you can, do something to stop any dreadful thing happening. The Lord does not permit those who wear the black and silver to leave their posts for any cause, save at his own command. Well, you must choose between orders of the life of Faramir, said Pippin. And as for orders, I think you have a madman to deal with, not a lord. I must run. I will return if I can. Are we gonna get a Baragon versus Denethor duel? He ran on down toward the city. Sean, yep, I do love that word. I just think it's such an interesting word. I'm gonna start using it in normal conversation. He ran on down toward the outer city, men flying back from the burning past him. And some, seeing his livery, turned and shouted, but he paid no heed. At last he was through the second gate, beyond which great fires leaped up between the walls. Yet it seemed strangely silent. No noise or shouts of battle or dins of arms could be heard. Then suddenly there was a dreadful cry and a great shock and a deep echoing boom. Forcing himself on against the gust of fear and horror that shook him almost to his knees, Pippin turned a corner, opening on the wide place behind the city gate. He stopped dead. He had found Gandalf, but he shrank back, cowering into a shadow. Ever since the middle night, the great assault had gone on. The drums rolled. To the north and to the south, company upon company of the enemy pressed to the walls. There came great beasts, like moving houses in the red and fitful light. The Mumakil of the Harad dragging through the lanes amid the fire's huge towers and engines. Yet their captain cared not greatly what they did or how many might be slain. Their purpose was only to test the strength of the defense and to keep the men of Gondor busy in many places. It was against the gate that they would throw his heaviest weight. Very strong it might be, wrought of steel and iron, and guarded with towers and bastions of indomitable stone. Yet it was the key, the weakest point in all that high and impenetrable wall. The drums rolled louder. Fires leaped up. Great engines crawled across the field, and in the midst was a huge ram, great as a forest tree, 100 feet in length, swinging on mighty chains. Long had it been forging in the dark smithies of Mordor. Wait, it's a ram? Grond is a wolf in the movie, right? I guess they changed it from a wolf into a ram. Freaking camera's dying. Give me a sec. Wait, it's a battering... Okay, battering ram. Okay, thank you. Give me 1 second. I'm going to give my camera a half a second to cool down. And I'm going to give myself a half second to cool down. It's hot in my room right now. I got to turn my fan on or something. All right, let's try it. I guess this is what happens when I do. What is it? Almost a 4-hour stream right now. I don't know if my camera's gonna actually turn back on. There we go. All right, we have another 10 minutes before my camera probably just dies and bursts into flame. I think we'll get there done. We're pretty much the page left. I literally should have just read the next sentence. This is the ultimate read and find out, which is what I do all the time. It's Mordor. Its hideous head, founded of black steel, was shaped in the likeness of a ravening wolf. On it spells of ruin lay. Grond they named it, in memory of the hammer of the underworld of old. What is the hammer of the underworld of old? Great beasts drew it. Orcs surrounded it, and behind walked mountain trolls to wield it. But about the gate... Did my camera just die again? No, I think we're good. Silmarillion spoilers. Yeah, don't tell me. Don't tell me. I just ask my questions out loud. You guys know that. But about the gate, resistance still was stout. And there, the knights of Dol Amroth and the hardiest of the garrison stood at bay. Shot and dart fell thick. Siege towers crashed or blazed suddenly like torches. All before the walls on either side of the gate, the ground was choked with wreck and with bodies of the slain. Yet still, driven as by a madness, more and more came up. Grond crawled on. Upon its housing, no fire would catch, and though now and again some great beast that hauled it would go mad and spread stamping ruin among the orcs innumerable that guarded it, their bodies were cast aside from its path, and others took their place. Grond crawled on. The drums rolled wildly. Over the hills of slain, a hideous shape appeared. A horseman. Tall, hooded, cloaked in black. Slowly trampling the fallen, he rode forth, heeding no longer any dart. He halted and held up a long pale sword, and as he did so, great fear fell on all, defender and foe alike. And the hands of men drooped to their sides, and no bow sang. For a moment, all was still. This is terrifying. So the Witch King is actually like just chilling here doing all this stuff. The captain of despair indeed. Yeah, this is such cinema. Why didn't I not put this in the movies? Come on. Imagine this. Oh, this is so vivid in my head. This is like the Night King raising up his sword. I keep doing Game of Thrones references. The drums rolled and rattled. With a vast rush, Grond was hurled forward by huge hands. It reached the gate. It swung. A deep boom rumbled through the city like thunder, running into the clouds. But the doors of iron and posts of steel withstood the stroke. Then the black captain rose in his stirrups and cried loud in a dreadful voice, speaking in some forgotten tongue words of power and terror to both rend heart and stone. Thrice he cried. Thrice the great ram boomed. And suddenly, upon the last stroke of the gate of Gondor, the gate of Gondor broke. As if stricken by some blasting spell, it burst asunder. There was a flash of searing lightning, and the doors tumbled in riven fragments to the ground. What? In rode the Lord of the Nazgul. You are kidding me. And it's crazy because they were just talking about how they command, and they're like, oh, the Lord of the Nazgul, the Captain of Despair, captains from behind. I would rather fight for the Captain of Despair right now than I would for Denethor. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. A great black shape against the fires beyond, he loomed up, grown to a vast menace of despair. In rode the Lord of the Nazgul, under the archway that no enemy ever yet had passed, and all fled before his face. That... This is crazy. All save one. There, waiting, silent and still in the space before the gate, sat Gandalf upon Shadowfax. Shadowfax, who alone, among the free horses of the earth, endured the terror. Shadowfax, let's go! Unmoving, steadfast as a graven image in Rath-Dinen. You cannot enter here, said Gandalf. And the huge shadow halted. Go back to the abyss prepared for you. Go back. Fall into the nothingness that awaits you and your master. Go. The Black Rider flung back his hood, and behold, he had a kingly crown, and yet upon no head visible was it set. The red fire shone between it, and the mantled shoulders, vast and dark. From a mouth unseen there came a deadly laughter. Old fool, he said. Old fool. This is my hour. Do you not know death when you see it? Die now and curse in vain. And with that, he lifted high his sword, and flames ran down the blade. Gandalf did not move. And in that very moment, away behind in some courtyard of the city, a cock crowed. Shrill and clear he crowed, recking nothing of wizardry or war, welcoming only the morning that in the sky far above the shadows of death was coming with the dawn. And as if in answer, there came from far away another note. Horns! Let's go! Horns, horns. In dark Mindalluin's sides they dimly echoed, great horns of the north wildly blowing. Rohan had come at last. Let's go! Oh my gosh. I'm getting the chills right now. This is so good. Oh. This is so peak. Oh my gosh. Shadowfax, so good. Such a good cliffhanger. I just want to keep reading, but we've already been going for 4 hours. Oh. Goodness gracious. Dude, yeah, legitimately, the cock that's crowing is like the brother of the quick duck. Wait, hold on. Shrill and clear he crowed, recking nothing of wizardry or war, welcoming only the morning that in the sky far above the shadows of death was coming with the dawn. Wait, that in the sky far above the shadows of death was coming with the dawn. So this isn't like hope. I mean, yes, we get hope right after that the horns are coming, but this cock is essentially crowing to signal that they're going to die and that the dawn that comes is going to be their death. But little does he know that the dawn is signaling these little horns going. Oh, the real dawn is coming. Yeah. Actually, I totally misread that. This was confusing me. So even above the clouds of Sauron, there is dawn, and this cock recognizes that this dawn is coming. My camera keeps dying. Hold on. Ugh. I know, rest in peace the cameras. If there was ever a way to bring back the dawn, this is the way to do it. With the cock crowing. I'm gonna write an essay about how this is the brother of the quick duck. First we had the quick duck, and now we have the cock crowing. This is one of the coolest ways that I've ever read hope in a story. That far of like this beast of this little cock crowing, this little rooster is the thing that brings hope. Because this thing recognizes nature. And even though all these other things are clouding over nature, this thing recognizes the dawn coming and signals that the dawn is here. And all of a sudden there's horns. What the heck? This is the coolest thing ever. How did they not put this in the book or in the movie? Holy smokes. Wow. Legitimately, that was one of the greatest chapter endings that I've ever recognized or that I've ever read in my entire life. Oh my gosh, that's so good. Oh my goodness. I love that Shadowfax is just chilling. No, next chapter is the Ride of the Rohirrim. And then the Ride of the Rohirrim is a short chapter. Wow. Well, yeah, very short. It's like 5 pages, 6 pages. And then the Battle of Pelennor Fields. I'm reading all these last little chapters. Wow. Yeah, I was going to say the Lion King. The Witch King didn't break the staff. I can't believe they broke the staff in that. That's ridiculous. Why would they want to break the staff? That part always annoyed me in the movie. And now I know why, because it was never in the book. And I didn't even know it. Pelennor. So is does he have a recording of the entire chapter or just like the charge? Wow. That was... Oh. I'm just going to be like cheesing the whole rest of the day because that chapter, the end of that chapter. Imagine, okay, maybe this is like... This isn't like a children's story. But imagine reading it like to your child as a children's story and then finishing with that chapter. You say, well, good night. We'll get the rest tomorrow. Oh, this is so good. Oh my goodness. Guys. Oh, Michael, thank you for the $5. I'm excited. Shadowmelon, thank you for the $5 too. Staff is never broken. Centered. Thank you for the $5 too. You guys are the best. You guys members. You guys are the best. I want to read the next chapter so bad, but I can't. Oh my gosh. This chapter, that was one of the best things that I've ever read. That last page was just so good. Oh my goodness. This might be like 2 weeks worth of essays. Wow. That was so good. Yeah, I'm gonna try to write those essays quick, but they just come out one a day. Tomorrow is the last essay for the previous chapter, and then I do want to write one essay just not on Lord of the Rings. I want to write it on children's stories. I still am in the process of writing that. I don't know if that'll come out this weekend or not. I'm hoping tomorrow I could finish it and kind of record it, but we'll see. But then Sunday, probably into next week, we'll start the Siege of Gondor essays, and then hopefully sometime next week when I finish those, we'll do the next chapter. But there's a lot of essays there. These essays aren't going to be easy to write either, because a lot of it's going to be comparison, like comparing, like Denethor has a lot of weird things in this chapter, and I know all of it's going to be like read and find out, but still want to give my 2 cents on a lot of these things. Gosh, this is so good. And then also, just so you all know too, the Fellowship of the First Time Readers, we are having a discussion tonight. So me, Lizzie, Jen, and Danny, we're going to do a virtual discussion because one of us is sick. And so we're just going to meet via Discord, and I'm going to stream that. So if any of you want to join that, it's essentially me and my friends discussing, most of you know what it is, but it's me and my friends discussing our first time read of this. And so we're just doing the first 3 chapters. So it feels like forever ago that I read Minas Tirith, but we're doing Minas Tirith, the Passing of the Grey Company, and the Muster of Rohan. It might be a long discussion too, because those are long chapters. So we'll see how those go. But wow, I'm pumped. You cry when the ending of the next chapter. I love that. I'm pumped. I need a good cry. I know that's actually part of the reason why. No, it's nothing sick or nothing bad. Just a little bit of it might be not anything like life threatening. I was literally about to say as soon as that camera dies again, I might end the stream, but I'm gonna turn it off and on and then end the stream because my camera is on fire. Wow, that was top tier. That was top tier writing, guys. Okay, good. My camera's back on. Okay, guys. I missed that cool detail about the wall. Well, what detail? There's gonna be crying in the chapter after next. My camera is literally begging for mercy. It's a mirror, or it's like a, not a DSLR, it's a mirrorless camera, so it's not really a video camera. And those things don't last long. That's why they have a battery. It's like usually 45 minutes and it's dead. But I bypassed that system, and that thing is heating up and it's angry at me. No, I thought that was actually a really cool detail. It's like Orthanc. I just didn't comment on that, but I thought that was crazy because I was gonna comment on that. In my head, I was thinking, oh, how did the Númenóreans build things? I was gonna stop because weirdly I have a thought about that. I was gonna stop and say, what construction material were they using that they were able to build these things like that? Because even the Plantier, when it was thrown from the thing, it like destroyed the wall and the stairs, right? So they just need a bunch of Plantier and they need to chuck it against those walls. Yeah, Orthanc was built by the Númenóreans too, but I'm curious what kind of building material they had. It is like ancient civilizations, 100%. This camera's on fire. I'm glad you guys like these live reads. They're like the peak of enjoyment for me to do. Even though they're long and like, you know, I just am wordy and just like to chat about things. That's what they're for. This is what I love. Next week, when I do live read, we'll have a flag of Rohan right there. I kind of like the flag of Rohan a little bit more than I like the flag of Gondor, to be honest. But man, what a good chapter. What a good chapter ending. Oh my gosh. There's so much to think about in this chapter. I'm glad that I've been keeping you guys company. I'm glad that you guys like these live reads too. That makes me happy. Yeah, I know that these readings are probably frustrating for you guys, because I know I'm still, you know, my first read and still trying to, you know, think through all these things and process through all these things, and you guys have debates, but it is so fun. Danny, no way, first live read. I love it. I'm glad that you like this. Welcome. Dang. No, Shadowrun. That's what these are for. Yelling at each other, defending your opinions about certain things. This is what makes it fun. Everyone has opinions, and you know, part of the reason why I like this specific community is that even though we debate and have these things, we still, most of you guys, everyone who's on like live reads or like, you know, keeps talking about it, still respects me for my opinions, even though I might be wrong on some things. So it's fun. I really like it. Entomologist. That's a great name. Welcome to the first live read. Yeah, being annoyed is part of the fun. That's what I'm trying to poke and prod you guys to be annoyed with me during these. It's part of the reason why I like doing these. No, I'm just kidding. But it is fun. There goes my camera again. With that, guys, I'm going to end the stream because my camera is screaming at me right now. I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a great day. If you guys want, we're going to do a live read tonight, or not a live read, a stream tonight of Fellowship with First Time Readers. And yeah, I hope you guys have a good day. Thanks for joining, and everyone, Namarie.